Alright, I'm sure the very sugary soft drink that I am drinking will help me clear my throat and help me speak easier and not do the opposite by making it potentially more clogged with stuff than it usually is, which is saying something, but I don't know what I'm saying. I'm just trying to figure out exactly what the hell there we go, the name of that other song that I was playing was there. Alright, it's time for me to... Yes, hard liquor. It's hard liquor called, just a second. It's the Lipton 1927 Reserve. It's iced tea flavored hard liquor. My favorite kind of moonshine. Even though it's, it's moonshine even though it's a reserve, like I said, if that makes sense. But, it's no time, yes. It is a hard liquor called Unintelligible Chiptunes, aka the soundtrack for the game I'm about to play, which is very, very special, as you may have realized by this point. I need to find it so you can appreciate it in its entirety. I also need to switch to this thing. There we go. It's very loud. Okay, I might actually need to turn this down, but I don't know. Well, that's not coming from the actual game yet, so... Just have to really find out whether or not I'm gonna have to turn it down, because... the game is going to start very, very soon. Alright, I believe it's about to start now, as a matter of fact. There we go. Alright, here we are. I sure do appreciate that, for some reason the window kept the capture settings, even though this is technically a different header than, the other game had, because it's another game. There's that to take into consideration. Hey, unlocked boss rush mode on this set of saves already, I guess. And I named one of my files Reptilic, which was the one that, was one that apparently I didn't finish. So let me copy it over to Data 2 and then clear it so that I can have Data 1 free for this. Apparently the one that I did finish was called At, and that was it. Yep, you never could have guessed that I was gonna play Castlevania, surely. I think this is another one of those Castlevanias, by the way, that this was the second... Wait a minute, it wasn't quite correct. It was one of those... it was the second Castlevania released for the Game Boy Advance. And it was another one of those that was kind of trying as hard as it could to be like Symphony, despite the lowered system capabilities, and I just now can remember that because it's... I believe you can also unlock some stuff. I might be wrong about this, but you can also unlock some stuff like hard mode and such by entering a specific name into the name interface, but I don't know. But, well, unlike the last game that I played, that I just now remembered by mentioning it that I had the wrong logo up there. So it's quite a good thing that I happened to mention that. There we go. This one's a lot smaller for some reason. There we go. But what I was saying before I interrupted myself, as I realized that, was that unlike that game that was the last one that I played, Circle of the Moon, this one is actually canon and actually features characters that are kind of connected to the other games, so... let's start the game and find out what's going on here. Apparently 50 years have passed Since Simon Belmont vanquished the curse of Dracula, fate has dictated that just Belmont, or just a Belmont, I don't know how to pronounce that exactly, but blood descendant of the Belmont family has to hunt for the relics of Dracula for some reason, before any of these even starts, but one day just his best friend Maxime, who had set out on a training expedition 2 years earlier, returns unexpectedly, his body covered with wounds. He informs Just that a lady, a childhood friend whom they both care deeply about, has been kidnapped. Maxime has lost his memory of his time training away from home and only has vague images of the kidnapping, ignoring his bodily injuries. Maxime leads Just to the place where he believes Lady is being held captive, passing through thick fog. The two men have been found a castle, undocumented on any map. Could this be the fabled Dracula's castle, even though that should be like in a specific place, but... Standing solemnly in the night, the forbidding castle welcomes its unexpected guests as the moonlight shines upon it, and you get this intro, which visually is a lot like the intro to Symphony. After you get her little prologue fight with Richter, and you get the narration that leads into the actual game. So let's see what we got here. We got Just, who is surrounded by this blue aura that's kind of conspicuous, and that's kind of one of the way, they animated him to get around the fact that it was a little bit harder to see in the original Game Boy Advance, which did not have a backlight. He also has white hair for whatever reason. He's looking kind of like Alucard. I think apparently some of the people who know this game call him Alucard Belmont for that reason. Don't think I've ever seen that happen outside of like hearsay, but apparently that's a thing. But let's see what's going on. Do you truly believe that lady was brought to this castle? Well, here's Maxime. He looks a bit more, bit less outlandish than Just, I would say. This seems to be the place. No better than anyone that you are not the type to lie. Oh goodness, what's going on? Are you alright? It's lady you should be concerned about, not me. So apparently we're just gonna leave him here, and right, we can hold this pose if we hold up. And we also got some lightning and thunder going on in the background here, I guess. As you can see, we got the whip, the vampire killer whip. We have JB's bracelet. Apparently Just has grown attached to this bracelet and always wears it, and we didn't bring anything else except just the base stuff, I guess. And we got the castle map. We got 0.2% filled out. So let's go ahead and walk past this completely inconspicuous pile of scrap metal on the ground here. Oh goodness. Could have seen this coming. Well, apparently not us, and apparently it doesn't take any damage from what we do, so... But we take 1 damage whenever it gets close. Oh yeah, we can backdash in this. We could have backdash in... well, we can backdash in front dash, I guess. Could have backdashed in Symphony of the Night 2, but I forgot to ever do that. You can do that with triangle in that game instead of like L, which is how you do it in every other game pretty much. Well, L and R, depending on which direction you're facing, will either make you backdash or forward dash, which, you know, the forward dash is not a very common move, but well, if you hear the music here, already you can appreciate one of the points of contention that this game has, I guess you could say. You know, the instrumentation of the music for this game is not quite the same as it has been in its immediate precedent. And as you might imagine, there's quite a few mixed opinions about that, mine included, I guess. Because it certainly, well, it gives it a different sort of feel. It has Like, if you take the time to listen, I think a lot of the melodies are good. Like, you know, this song right here, it's called Successor of Fate. It's more or less the theme for Just Belmont, who is the protagonist. And well, it sounds fairly catchy, I thought, just in this iteration of it. But I think it could be even better if, you know, it were to be properly orchestrated. There's a remix that some people have made. There's like a fan remix I heard. I forget who made it, but somebody made it, like, try to recreate it using it, making it sound like what it would sound like with a Super Nintendo sound chip, and I thought it was pretty good. You know, you see a few remixes like that. Also we got the Soul Orb, which lets us see the amount of damage an enemy has received, and also, you know, we got this fist thing, which apparently when we use it we shout. Holy fuck, is that a motherfucking JoJo reference? Oh my god, whoever would have guessed that such a thing existed in Castlevania. No, we can't lose the fist now, can we? Nope, we can walk through this area, which is pretty much supposed to be aesthetically, you know, much like that sort of entrance corridor in the in Circle of the Moon. It's kind of supposed to be aesthetically similar to some of the backgrounds from Symphony, and pretty much the same applies to this. And you know, much like in Symphony and Circle of the Moon, we got this thing where we collect hearts separately from... we cannot keep a heart reserve that's separate from magic. And you know, we can collect the sub-weapons and use the hearts to power those. We can also enter the next area already, the Shrine of the Apostates, but... well, there's something we want presumably, but we can't actually get it. Oh, but we can do the floppy whip again. This is the second game where you can do it, I guess. Well, though, I guess it would technically be the third if you count playing as Richter in Symphony. You can do that too there. The first one would of course be Castlevania 4. And you know, that's an option that you have right from the beginning. You don't have to unlock that or anything. So there's pretty much only one way to go, and that's the one passage here that we have not explored. Well, something else that's kind of taken pretty blatantly from Symphony is the appearance of the save rooms, of which I don't believe we found any yet. But we should pretty soon. You know, at least unlike in Circle, the music doesn't interrupt when you go into the map, but it does when you go into the menu. But you know, for that it's like whatever. You kind of wouldn't really expect that to go on there anyway. Also, something I should probably do before I continue, hang on. Pretty sure this game has breakable stuff, you know, like every other Castlevania does. I kind of want to... you know, this is one of those games that I'm not really that familiar with in terms of everything in it, because, I don't know, it doesn't... you know, this, along with Circle of the Moon, is one of the odd dogs for me, in which it doesn't have that thing that's pretty important to Metroidvania for me, which is the variety of weapons you can have, whereas in Circle of the Moon and in this one, unless you make use of some of the special options, you really only have the whip. That's your primary weapon, alright. Alright. I think I found a thing. Just need to figure out where I am right now. Alright, now apparently there aren't any breakable stuffs here. That's actually kind of weird. And by here I mean in the castle, but... you know, let me go ahead and open this in the M's Paint window that I have, so that I can, you know, mark off the stuff that I'm getting. Mark off the health max up that I already got, which was down here. And I think that's pretty much the only thing that I've gotten so far, so I'll accept the relic. I did get the relic that was up here. So now let's continue on. Let's continue on after I minimize everything else, that is. There we go. And make this and this visible to me. There we go. Well, as far as the enemies, I guess could also take note of, you can get the obligatory early game Castlevania enemies like the bats, the zombies, the skeletons, and as you can see, these guys are back, the armored knights. And I still hate them in every game that they're in, including every game that they're in, but it's been that way ever since they appeared for the first time in Rondo. Is it what I was trying to actually enunciate? Not quite sure what's up with the statue in the back here. It's like a basilisk or something, I guess. Kind of a lizard, winged lizard creature with a kind of demonic humanish face. And I leveled up once already, didn't I? Yep. I'm level 2 now. I'm clearly far superior to the level 1 self that I left behind. And I feel we have a save room right up here. The save room which, as you go in looks exactly like the save rooms in Symphony of the Night pretty much, except... well, doesn't look quite exactly like that, I guess the background's a bit different, but you do have this giant thing which, in Symphony is an actual 3D object that kind of unfurls and becomes Alucard's coffin, but in this game it just kind of glows and then disappears. So, a little bit strange why they decided to bring that particular object back, but not really make use of it beyond just having it there. Right, got the hard max up, and there should be something else up here. Let's see. As you can see, Tuning also. The Arbor Knights are still able to kind of shot away your strikes by spinning and doing tricks with their spear. And we can't actually keep going this way because we can't jump very high. Now you would think that, since that's apparently a prevalent problem for anyone who tries to explore Dracula's castle. Well, I guess I didn't know that they were coming to Dracula's castle. That's kind of part of the backstory, but... you would think that, at least just being a Belmont, you would want to be better prepared for that. So we'll keep the JoJo reference handy. Even though I typically favor the holy water. Actually, I'm actually not quite sure which sub-weapons are more convenient for boss encounters and such in this game, but we made it to the Marble Corridor, this actual second area that we can actually explore and not just take a look at and then quickly abandon because I can't go any further in. So let's see exactly what will transpire here. Oh boy. Well, we meet our old buddy Death, who always needs to be around in some variety. The color of your soul, you must be a Belmont. I think that's how they can hand-waving that outline that just has to make him more visible. His overwhelming power, Death. Indeed, right. Couldn't have guessed that just by looking at him. Which means that this is in fact Dracula's castle. It might be true though the power that is here is not my lord's. I'm just gonna tell you this casually. You show me again, son of Belmont. Hey, listen to that digitized evil laugh. He got away, what a wily jokester. I can't believe he got away from me, even though we didn't even know he was here, so... And we got castle maps, we got some more filled out now. Are we able to afford Belmont? I don't know. Actually have no idea. Also, something I could mention is, you know, just here is supposed to be the grandson of Simon Belmont, and the first battle that Simon Belmont had with Dracula was in 1691. I believe that's pretty much the consensus for what year that was. And like for example, Rondo of Blood and the stuff that happened after that in Symphony of the Night 2. I think that was at the end of the 18th century, which was like 1790s or something like that. 1793, 1798 or something like that. Maybe give or take a couple of years. Also Lizardmen. Ooh, attack with S-Stock. So, it's kind of I'm actually not sure what year this is, but I'm guessing it's like, you know, maybe 50 or so years before the events of Rondo of Blood. And all that, so it's kind of a theory that... Well, there is kind of a theory that just Belmont here is Richter Belmont's father or grandfather, probably grandfather. Given how that progression typically worked in medieval times. And apparently the fellow lizard folk were guiding me. Another life max up, which I should probably take note of here, and not just, you know, stop remembering to do that after a certain point. Which I almost started doing there. Well, not just that, but also get like, yeah, let me just out, Okay, so I got a map from the room above. I don't know if that was, you know, there's an M on the map that I have that shows you where the items are. I don't know if that's like, supposed to indicate that that's where the map is. I would imagine yes, because of, it doesn't look like you find that many items just lying on the ground in this one, so... Makes sense that they would mark that particularly, I guess. Well, here's another item lying on the ground, a fancy bandana. And that one's not marked, so... you know what, I'll not leave that. I'll not mark that for now. Let's instead go down this corridor in the Room of Illusion, where we're dodging through the Medusa heads, and coming by these statues, which are apparently having a rave party in the background. Oh boy, it's the Game Boy Advance's version of Mode 7, as you can see. Actually not quite sure what's happening in there. Also, we can't actually go any further here because, even though we've just filled it out. Can't actually go any further because we need to be able to slide, which we cannot do yet. Or like Doropesh, Belmont. Oh boy, I should probably look at this because I'm not getting these references. Yeah, I guess it does look like that, kind of. It does have that weird, you know, androgynous look going on. Not sure like you can really see him in any sort of higher resolution or anything. In this game or in, like, I can only think of one other game that he made any kind of appearance in, and I think they just reused this exact sprite of him to show him in that. So it doesn't really make sense to assume otherwise, like, I don't know, I guess you could always look up the artwork by Yami Kojima, which is what they used to pretty much just use a heavily compressed and digitized version of that to make his character portrait in this. But he doesn't really look, very different from how he does here, just that but higher quality. It's not really as different as you might think. But anyway, we've concluded our little detour into the evolution back there. So let's go ahead and head further into the castle now. The areas are actually mapped out. While delivering swift death to these armor knights because I do not like having them around, and also try to find out where the save rooms are because that would certainly be useful now, wouldn't it? I spy a box. We're gonna have to get some sort of super special power to be able to push this box. Unlike in Circle of the Moon, at least we don't have to unlock a special power just to push boxes around. That is, there is an edge that some of these Castlevania protagonists have over Nathan Graves. They don't need to beat a couple of zombie dragons and get a special power up just to be able to push boxes. I don't think that's a meme or anything, protagonist of the most difficult Castlevania game cannot even push a box by himself. Don't think that's really a meme or anything, but I guess I'm making it one for my stream because I cannot get over that, frankly. It just kind of calls me back to those parts of the Mafia games where you have to push boxes around or carry boxes. Oh, hey, we got the ice book. Hard max up, alright. Got the ice book, which that's something very, very special that you can do with the sub-weapons in this game. If you collect these spell books, you can turn them on, and what you can do now is combine that with whatever sub-weapon you currently have, and get a new power like that. It uses magic as well as hearts. Actually, no, it doesn't. It just uses magic. Never mind. Actually, never noticed that, but well, I guess that's pretty good, since I'm pretty sure, just like in pretty much every other Castlevania game that has this kind of system, magic regenerates automatically what hearts you have to collect. So technically it's a bit more economic in the long term, even though apparently it doesn't really do that much damage right now. I think if you combine the ice book with like the cross or the holy water, it could have better results, so I think you're gonna be doing like an item crash type thing with some of the books. And there's actually a very, very special hidden book that most people don't find because it's not really out of the way, but pretty non-obvious location, unlike every other book that you find. But I'm pretty sure I remember exactly where that is, so we'll be getting there at some point. Assuming I don't lose my memory by the time I get to that point in the game. See what the ice book combined with the axe. Oh boy. I don't know, I think it might actually be better to try this out. Can. Yeah. Pretty sure that does more damage, and we don't have to make contact with the enemy even. Like we do with the ice book and fist combo. Okay. Something that I wish that they wouldn't do though, that's I think this and Symphony early on the games that do that to my knowledge. When you go into a save room, the music stops and it resets when you leave the save room. That's kind of interrupts it sometimes, the flow. Although then I get like some pieces of equipment that I just completely forgot to equip. That's great. Leather armor. Let's equip the leather boots, I guess. Let's put those on the bottom spot. You can actually use these slots for anything. It's not like you can only have 4 things at a time, but like you can have multiple stuff on your multiple accessories or multiple stuff on your legs, I don't know. But, you know, if I equip the leather gloves, it becomes a hand slot, but if I equip the bandana, it becomes a head slot, like they're not designated like they are in a lot of other games. Apparently the gloves are better, so we'll equip those. Actually, JB's bracelet, we don't really need that right now. Let's just replace that with a bandana. And then keep getting hit by these Medusa heads that I completely forgot existed for some reason. Can we skip the boss room entirely? No, we can. Well, I guess we can. I mean, we just went around the boss room without any negative consequence. I guess we should check it out, but... Let me see if I can see what's up here before I take care of that. Yeah, the way the bosses work in this is weird, pretty much. It's like even in Symphony, where you pretty much have to go through all the bosses at some point if you're wanting to get as much completion in the game as you can. Well, I guess the Icebook and the Bible. Oh hey, that actually looks pretty impressive. Let's see how much damage it does, though. See if I can find out. I don't know anymore. Guess I'll keep that for now. Maybe I'll go back and get the axe, though. Let's see, let me save first of all. And then I'll take a look in this corridor down here, see if I can find the axe here again, because I think I kinda like the axe. Here, there we go. Axe Icebook combo better. So let's actually go check out what the boss is like now. I wonder if it could be at all related to these bats we've been seeing here. Well, it's a completely featureless room. I guess they didn't finish it. Oh, wait a minute. Now, of course, we get the mystical multibat. I think the way it operates with, like, turns into many bats. It's kind of an amalgamation of the big bad boss from Chronicles and the big bad boss from Rondo, where, you know, that drill attack is from the bad boss in Rondo, but the way it kind of turns into many bats and then reforms is from Chronicles. Alright. Also, I think something you can do in this game is, you know, you get that thing that forms. And depending on what frame of animation of the whip swinging animation you are when you grab that, you get a rating. Like I got excellent there because I was at Apex, but like that's just kind of like a aesthetic thing. It doesn't really affect anything to my knowledge. Just something that you do for fun and you actually get acknowledgement of it for once. And we get a red stone. Red stone which might not be obvious, but what you do with these is you put them on the tip of your whip. And they add various effects. You can't really see them when you actually swing the whip, but apparently you can attack with fire now. So hang on a minute, is the redstone going to be marked on the map here? No it isn't. Alright, so only some very specific stuff is going to be marked, I see. And that's just fine, alright. Well, I kinda wonder what would happen if we were to keep going right, since apparently that basic castle map that we found on the ground is has more area mapped below where we are right now, not to the right, so obviously that means to go to the right, doesn't it? As we run into this room, that's kind of like the chapel area in Symphony, where it's got the big staircases and it's got these areas off to the side with stuff in like an anti-venom. And a hard max up that we cannot reach yet because you can't jump far enough. Oh boy. And something up there that we're gonna need to get eventually, but we couldn't because then we cannot jump high enough. So let me see, I got the hard max up, but not the relic that I actually need to get there, and I'm selecting the wrong thing. I also just saw that, hang on. Here, I got this, but not the other thing. So yeah, we're pretty much gonna have to do some workarounds to get to a lot of this stuff, and backtracking. I sure do love backtracking. What have we got down here? There should be something. Oh, there's a potion on the ground, and also like antivenom, if I had to guess. Antivenom. And there is the way forward, which I shall obviously be taking. Avoid the... It's this guy from Rondo. Looks a bit different here, and that attack is not something that he had before. Or that attack. I don't think I should be fighting him yet. Oh god. Oh, something tells me I might die if I continue here. Oh, never mind. I managed to kill him somehow, and I got a little... Oh, that's kind of weird. I was at my health got refilled slightly, which... Oh... Probably got a life max up for successfully getting past him, so I guess it was worth it in the end. Where was I? Here. Well, I got a life max up from here. Apparently that's not marked on the map though, which is kind of weird. And here's a door that kind of got a skull-ish icon on it, and as you can see, it is locked, so, you know, we got another mechanic that we gotta bring back from Symphony, which is get some special item to unlock doors like that. And something else I noticed that I didn't finish talking about is apparently in this game when you level up, like typically in these games when you level up, like your maximum health goes up, right? But it doesn't get refilled or anything in these games generally. But apparently in this one it doesn't get refilled completely, but it does fill up the portion of the health that went up, which kind of a strange way to do it if you ask me, but I guess I will accept that. There's a lot of armors, but honestly I think the Castlevania game with the most armor variations is... Oh, hello. Okay, I want to try out how much damage that does. Also got the Fairy Journal, which is another spellbook. It's an item that lets you see the enemy names, I'll bet. Yep. And it's another item that's pretty much reused from Symphony, so... Screw it, I'll keep the axe for now. Let's go to the Wailing Way. It's a very welcoming name. Very successful tourist attraction. But yeah, I think Circle of the Moon has the most armor variations in a Castlevania game. Also got the Monster Tome. I think that unlocks another thing that we didn't have unlocked before. Monster Tome allows us to see the data of monsters we've met, like, you know, this guy coming up here. A large ghost who loses his teeth before disappearing for some reason. Bit of an odd way to have a death animation. And the ghosts. I know we're not even going to comment on the fact that a large ghost is pretty much how we use the giant ghost slash skull lord enemy from you know, Symphony. It's not really reused as much as redrawn while trying to imitate the original design as much as possible with these, you know, the graphical limitations of this system. I have a feeling that these blue ghosts are supposed to be like the skull flying skulls from Symphony and Rondo also, but didn't quite manage to get the look as close. But who knows, maybe it's a deliberate choice. It's an art style, that's what you call it. It's not just we couldn't quite get it right, there's no such thing. Well, these things look a lot closer to, an imitation of the bone pillars from Rondo. And much like the bone pillars from Rondo, they're actually kind of a pain to deal with in the early game because they take so many hits. Oh, you can step on them though. This might be like one of the first games where you're able to step on top of their heads without getting hurt and use them as platforms. Can't remember what the first game is where you could do that, but pretty sure you can do that in most of the arcade style ones. So where am I going right now? Let's see. Apparently there might be something interesting here. I get a relic from the Wailing Way over on the right there. Should probably mark that on the map that I got that. Alright, I got that and I got the Fair Journal also. Might as well try to not forget that. Here we go. Okay, there's something up there that I want, but apparently I can't get it, damn it. So I guess I'll better mark this off as a place where it's I should probably come back here at some point. So that I can get that mysterious item. Oh, another win. I don't know why it's all wins at this point. Oh boy, would you look at that. I also cannot get up there even though there's a ring there that I also want, I'm pretty sure. Right, I want whatever's in here and I want whatever's in here, but I can't get it yet. No, let's just continue down the path that's already mapped, I guess. Well, that's kind of the hint you have when it's already mapped. It's probably where you should be going to begin with to just kind of make progress here. A lot of people say that Circle of the Moon is probably the most difficult of the Metroidvanias. Well, one of the most difficult, I don't know. I don't know how many people say that after Order of Ecclesia came out. That's also a pretty difficult one, and one of my favorites too. Because it has a lot of that versatility that I like, unlike Circle of the Moon. But, I bring that up because this game is also kind of unforgiving, at least in these early game stages. Well, with a lot of these games, you can just kind of break it. You can find some really OP mechanic and abuse that in the late game. But also for a lot of them, it's not quite as simple for the most part in the early game. You have to abide by the game's rules still. This because you're pretty much restricted to using the whip as a weapon. The thing about this game is that you will in the early game run into a lot of enemies where you need to hit them a bunch of times to kill them. Not to say that doesn't happen later on also, but it kind of becomes a problem when you're also having a bit of an issue just trying to survive. But see here, we got a silk cloak, and If I'm not mistaken, there should be something marked there in the map. Yep, there's no, there isn't. What the hell? This map sucks. It doesn't even mark a lot of the stuff that I've been finding. Oh well, I can add to it myself, I guess. No, I don't think I'm gonna get like much like with Circle of the Moon. I'm not gonna really go out of my way to get every single hidden breakable wall. When I say every single hidden breakable wall, like, something I've kind of been noticing is that apparently there aren't even that many of those, if any, whatsoever in this here game, and I've also noticed that I've just kind of hit a dead end, I think. Unless, hang on a minute, there's an exit that I didn't take out of that room before. Yes, there is. Yeah, unfortunately, because this is one of those games where I'm not really that familiar with its whole workings, because I haven't played it that many times just on my own as some of the other ones. You know, there might come a couple of times when I kind of get stuck and like, where the fuck do I go next? Go into that mode. Well, I'm hoping that doesn't happen terribly often. I mean, I have beaten this a couple of times at least, so hopefully that won't happen to an egregious extent, basically. Alright, let's go to the next area, which I'm pretty sure we caught a glimpse of before as the Shrine of the Apostates. Well, I guess something minor you can notice is that the potion sprites in this game are pretty much the same potion sprites as in Symphony, just redone. I should sure use a save room right now. I think I know where there's one, so let me see if they can like make a beeline for it. Shit. And then explore the rest of this place. Is there anything over to the left here? There is not. Alright. Yeah, unfortunately, the scrolling backgrounds here don't quite look as well done as they do in some of the other ones. At least I don't think so. They might have tried to go a bit too far with, you know, the picture quality versus the compression necessity there. I kind of like the fences and the plants in the background look okay, like the actual stuff that's in the immediate background looks okay, but, you know, that scrolling background kind of feels like they based it on an actual picture or something, and then compress the hell out of it, and it shows. It doesn't quite look as good as something that was meant to be a pixel thing. So let's see if I can forget or figure out how to not get stabbed by the lizard men constantly while trying to whip them myself. I guess I've figured it out, kind of. You always start aggressively and then... Oh, here we go. Pretty sure I think I better keep the cross actually, because if I recall you can see what the cross does. It's actually really handy. Oh god, there's a dragon there. Oh, okay, the dragon ultimately shoots horizontally at least. It also lunges like that, like they usually do, but at least it doesn't like aim its shots at you like a lot of the white dragons in this game seem to do, but... let me see, I did get this thing, which is marked on the map for once, so let me go ahead and check that off. And head down here to where I'm pretty sure one of the save rooms is. I don't need it quite as badly now that I've found something to restore my health, but... Oh hey, we got a cutscene, hang on. Maxim, you alright? Oh. I guess you found your way here, despite being, like, all groggy in the castle entrance without even coming in. I think I've been in this castle before. What do you say? Apparently he's been here before. Wonder what that could mean. It's been feeling strange since coming to the castle. We continue a little further, he may be able to recall something. If we're gonna find Lee, we must separate. We'll cover more ground. So we're just gonna check every corner of the castle until we find her, I guess. So yes, let's split up, gang. That's never a bad idea. And there's a boss gate right there, so of course I had to have a cutscene before it. Because I'm pretty sure that's the only way we can access the boss gate right now. I think that's gonna connect back to the entrance, actually, so... Question is, do I want to go back there, or do I want to go back through the... I don't know. You know what, I'm gonna go try to beat the boss now. That's the main reason why I was wondering that aloud. Because what boss could we possibly have, but I'm pretty sure it's another boss from... Actually, no, it isn't. I thought this was gonna be a different boss, but... We got this living armor who gets... Okay, we can't actually dodge that by ducking. Not quite like so many giant armors in some of the other Castlevanias. But you know, that strategy does in fact work. You can pretty much stagger it like an overpowered weapon user with an early Dark Souls boss, for example. You can just stun lock and it doesn't really do anything. Until it does. Alright, so you know, this mostly works. And then it does work completely, so it doesn't really make a difference. Hey, I did it. Excellent. And for beating that super difficult boss fight, we get the lizard tail, which I'm pretty sure lets us slide. Yep. We can now slide under many places. I guess we can also backdash to move faster. No, we're not gonna run into anything. That's something that, you know, it's been a popular strategy for moving faster ever since it was introduced in Symphony. Because I can actually make use of it here, because see if I can actually remember to do that, you know, backdash, and not just forget that I can do that, which is something that I do most of the time. Which is kind of funny, because I do enjoy using game mechanics that aren't necessary to win, but can become an unfair advantage if you remember that they're there. That's something that I'm not remiss about using. Hey, they died in sync. So let's see what we got here. We could go up and... Why didn't we just come down here before then? I have to question myself now. I guess because I was just looking for the... Oh shit, okay. Saving first, and I actually, you know, thought that would be a good idea. But we came in through here, so okay, we did. We went traverse this room completely. This route completely through the upper room first, and didn't skip, or did skip out on this lower path with even more lizardmen in it until after we beat the boss. Just now I do want to find out what's down here. Hey, get a life max up that we couldn't actually have gotten without that, so... Actually a pretty good thing that we... Where are we right now? Oh no, there it is. It was like... Why did I just find something else that isn't marked on the map for whatever reason, but no I didn't. I'm just looking at the wrong thing, I guess. There's something up there. Wonder what it could be. Another chicken drumstick. It's kind of lying here on the ground, and Can we get that thing yet, or is it too high up? No, we can't get it. Alright. It's an opal. And if I were to guess, the opal is useless, but yeah, like in Symphony, the jewels. Pretty much useless, but you can sell them at a high price, and that's pretty much the only use they have. You know, I think unlike in Symphony, this is the first game where you can actually, first Castlevania that lets you sell off your extra stuff that isn't just from a designated pool of items. If I can jump over that, yep. Alright. It kind of reminds me of one of the attacks Death does in some of these games. Throws the scythe and then it arcs back around like that. And I'm pretty sure that's not what that's supposed to be like or evoke, I guess. Got an energy circle, which is another whip add-on. We can swing the whip with this the way we could in Circle of the Moon just by holding it on the button. I don't think that's going to be that useful though, so we're just going to keep the redstone on. So we got that. Let me go ahead and mark that off in the map here. We got that. And we got the lizard tail. I almost forgot to mark that off. So I think we pretty much backtracked through this area to find out where we get at. Oh hey, that guy doesn't respawn. The victory armor doesn't. I guess it's a bit like, the... God. Ice cross, please. A bit like one of the armor lords in... the Outer World in Symphony, which is pretty much just one there that's supposed to be OP for that point of the game, but you can still power through him with like what do you call it? The holy water, for example. And then when you kill him once, he doesn't respawn after that. So you know, like Dark Souls. So let's get out of here, I guess. Is there something else that I missed? No, I guess not. Actually, where do we want to go exactly? Pretty sure I want to go up to like the... Not really this area specifically, but rather the area that was before it, the Marble Corridor, I think it was called. Let's see, just shuffle past all of these rock armors and whatnot. And get back in here. Yeah, I don't have a healer in this game, Botula. I think you can get like, I don't know, I think you can get some summons in this with the secret spellbook, but I cannot think any of the... I don't even know if any of the magic spells heal you in this. You can pretty much just gotta rely on your healing items for that. Need to be your own healer. Need to take the initiative. Oh shit, okay. So I'm pretty sure that if I go up here now... There we go, we can get through that little wall there and get the fire book. And some summer clothes, alright. Summer clothes, which I'm guessing is gonna be... Okay, not as good as the leather armor for defense, but... Still good for intelligence. Apparently the silk clock is better than the fancy bandana for defense, though. Certain ant species produce their own honey. Unlike bees, they store this sugary substance into a special type of ant called a honeypot ant. Unlike bees, the honeypot ant serves as a living reservoir and can have an abdomen that is easily 1 inch in diameter. And it's pretty customary for people to dig them up and eat them like candy. Oh boy. Did you know that we eat fried grasshoppers down here, apparently? They're called chapulines. Apparently they're a great source of protein. There's also something we eat called escamoles, which is fried ant larvae. Also, I have no idea where to go next. I've already hit that point. Because the part of the passageways that go off to the right are called, they're not called anything. I don't know why I said that. They're locked with those things that... I think I know where I need to go, never mind. I need to go down to the Way of Illusions, isn't... or don't I? Pretty much the only way I can see on the map that I haven't gone to yet that I can go now with the slide, I guess. Yes, I'm going there now. You know, we also eat something called huitlacoche, which is it's a fungus that grows on corn, and it's actually supposed to be like you know, it's an illness of the corn, but apparently we can eat it safely. And there's a type of pizza that I ate once that had that as one of the toppings. It was a really weird pizza. It had huitlacoche, it had goat cheese, and it had strawberry slices. You know, the place that I ordered it from said that it was called Aztec Pizza, but never heard anything about anything like that before that day. It's like 2 years ago. But there's a hunk. Can't ever not have that, I guess. Maybe if I shut the window, then you wouldn't hear it, but then I would probably boil alive in here, because it's only, you know, the heat is only getting worse for some reason. Also got a pendant from the Medusa head. Is that better than, well, what does it do? Kind of charm you can purchase anywhere. In other words, it's like a trinket that holds no particular properties. Octopus pizza in Spain. I don't think I've ever had octopus. I think I've seen it in like, you know, fish mongers here. I think that's what you call it. But I don't think I've ever ate any. Here we go. There's heart marks up, and here is a mysterious new place. Hang on a minute to get a mark of the heart marks up that I got on the map. And get whatever this is. It's the lucky charm. I think that raises your luck very slightly. Yep. Increases the user's luck, but you're not allowed to use inside it also. It's a thing which I guess is supposed to kind of look like the key, the war points from Symphony, but oddly enough I don't think, you know, there's a different way to travel between parts of the castle here, but most of them don't look like this. For some reason things look a bit different than they did before. Yeah, some of the coloring is different. Wonder what that could mean. As you can see too, apparently the area that we're here in. Oh, hello. So yeah, that actually did take us to a different place, but for some reason the colors here look a lot less, a lot more monochrome and a lot less kind of normally colored like they did in the other area. I wonder if that could mean anything. But apparently we're in the castle treasury now. Okay, we got a crossroads here. I should probably consult my map for where to. I think I'm gonna go this way first, because I don't think there's anything that we actually need to do here, which means I'll probably run into a dead end sooner. Well, we get a feather demon, which is pretty much a redesigned version of the Karasuman boss from Symphony, who would go on to be used later as, you know, a recurring kind of normal enemy type, but I think in this game it's actually kind of challenging for once. At least in these early game stages that you face him in. What castle is this? Joust's room, damn it. Full castle map. Okay, I'm pretty sure I'm here now. So let me turn. I'm gonna need a separate thing for this, I guess. The castle treasury, yes. I left this place and I went. Actually, did I leave this place or was it someplace else? Okay, I'm a little bit lost now. Hang on. Okay, I went up here. Now, what if I look at the other map? Is this. Oh shit. Have I been looking at the wrong thing this whole time? No, I don't think so, just the... Okay, I'm confused. Okay, this is... Okay, no, this is the normal one. So I'm still in the normal one? Alright. I sure hope none of my confused ramblings are confusing anybody as to what I'm trying to figure out here. Let's put a question mark here because I'm pretty lost. Alright. I'll just explore a little bit more. Try to figure out where I am. Okay, there's a door there that we need to open as, apparently if you look in the background here too, there's the fact that apparently we're surrounded by some kind of weird lava flow in the background there. With volcanoes and everything, even though we're inside a castle. Also, here's Skeleton Blaze, aka Blade Lord, or any other variation on that name. And because they're so tricky to just be able to hit without getting hit yourself, and without them just jumping all over the place to dodge you. I don't like these fuckers in any game that they're in. You saw how much damage that guy did, and now this guy's gonna do the same, I bet. Wonder how many more there are. And then he blocks your every strike somehow. Alright. Might have to use a few potions here. If these fuckers keep showing up. Oh boy, there's something over there that I'm probably gonna regret having come this way. I don't know where I am. Well, I found something at least. It's a wristband. Otherwise, skeleton flails. Another comeback enemy from Rondo that totally wasn't completely annoying there as well. And an uncurse potion, so I guess you can get cursed in this. I think curse has, well, I think it's pretty much the same effect in all three Castlevanias, in which you can get it up to this point, which is you can't attack for a while. But I think the Castlevania curse effect that I'm personally more used to, which is it drains your magic rapidly, wasn't actually introduced until after this. Oh hey, I found a save point. Never mind. I didn't die. When am I fighting the old Iron King? Apparently pretty soon. Alright, so let me use this opportunity to identify where the hell I am. Okay, apparently I am there. I think I identified myself on the map, which only makes me question, like, hang on a minute. If I go one room left from here, from the middle point, what will I find? A heart max up. Alright, so apparently this is... alright. So I got this and this. I thought... okay, now I'm confused because... well... I thought I went to a different place, but I guess not. So I need to erase these marks from the other, okay. The other thing. So, yeah, there's something very, very special about this castle, actually. That might have been very vaguely hinted at from these comments that I'm trying to make to myself here. I think I'll find out about it very soon, though. But not, well, maybe not that soon, but a few, like, a couple areas from here. Not before terribly much. Before, I don't know what to phrase this. It's not something that's a secret for any real length of time in the game, I guess. And yet, how I'm getting hit by those dudes even though I'm actually, you know. Okay, so don't even try to move when they jump over you. They're just gonna center their jump above you. Which at least there was a save point back over there, but... Okay, now we're in the Crystal Cave. We get a bomb armor right there. And a peeping eye that for some reason takes not one, not two, or three hits to kill. That is absolutely disgusting. So let's look around some more. I think we want to go here first, actually. Because you might notice there's a guy up. Well, I've noticed some sounds that were... Yeah, there's a guy up here. It's a gate guarder. He's actually really quite a sturdy enemy. And we also have this big rock down here that we can't get past no matter what we do, so... Whatever shall we make of this dilemma? I mean, this gate guarder looks quite a bit like the living armor we were just fighting as a boss back there. You can knock him back too, and then this cartoonish shit happens. It actually happens a lot in this game. And you find this guy. Why do you have a shop in a place like this? You know, I can tell instantly that this is a shop. And that you are the merchant. Being the wandering merchant during my travels, I was suddenly swallowed up by a dense fog and ended up here. First, I spent some time looking for an exit. I couldn't find one, so I opened up for business right here. You know, with all the armors and the demons and the ghosts. They've been great customers, so there we go, we can buy from him. Can't buy terribly much, I guess. I guess we'll buy a castle map. Oh boy, and that laugh, and... There's that laugh, there is the music here that kinda makes you rub your hands together for a little bit. You know, speaking of rubbing, here's rubber armor. Rubber like soft material, which I guess is gonna be better than what we have currently. Can't afford the plate coat, though. The cash holder is not quite as good. But the cloth helmet. That's a cloth helmet, alright. Extremely hardened cloth, because that's a common thing. Also protects the shins. You know, they're called shin guards. I think you can afford all of these, like rubber armor, and the cloth helmet and the shin guard. Nope, I'm just short of enough money to get the shin guards right. Let me get this at least equipped. Do I even have anything equipped on my head right now? There we go. Can I upgrade my leg armor for something better? I guess not. Oh well. I think that guy responds up there if he, well, I guess he doesn't, never mind. Armor out of leather, that's what Gamson was, yeah. I mean, I know leather armor is a thing, but I don't know. haven't heard quite as frequently about cloth being hard enough to provide protection as armor. So let's keep exploring the crystal cave here. Oh shit. That was very poorly timed there. Hey, you can do the thing where you can do in a few Castlevania games where you actually hit something behind you by taking advantage of the frame of animation where the whip is behind you before you cast it forward. That's pretty good. Also, I turned to look at the chat right as the bomb was thrown there for some reason, because I make the best decisions about when to pay attention to stuff. Well, let me go ahead and summon this. Probably a good idea to keep my distance now. Oh, for fuck's sake, there's gonna be a lot of these dudes around there. I think there already have been, but even more. Oh, don't shoot that guy, come on. No. Alright, there's... Okay, there's not that much more to go, but... You know, one reason I bothered going up here and trying to see what's up here. Seems like it might be a little bit suicidal considering my current state of health, but... there's ectoplasm. And there's something else up there. Is that gonna be better than the armor that I just bought? Probably is. It's a cloth tunic, though. Speaking of that. The cloth tunic is better, yes. It's armor made of cloth and it's better than rubber. Apparently you can replace the leather gloves with the wristband and doesn't change anything. Otherwise it seems we're pretty well equipped. So let's see if we can survive the trip to the nearest save room, wherever that may be. Yeah, sure hope I can survive this guy. Over here. And before there's another one right after him. No. Probably gonna skip out on checking out the end of that hole right now. Because I'm very, very close to death, as you see. It's quite inconvenient. It'd be even more inconvenient if I did die. I don't know why there's like Pope statues here in Dracula's castle. Just kind of littering the background time and time again. It's like a bit of a weird piece of architecture to have. Well, decoration, I guess. And, well, hang on a minute, if I'm not mistaken, we're about to find something very, very special at the bottom of this room. If we go left from there. Find this room right here. What a nice room. Maybe a bit tasteless, perhaps some furniture would help, but we don't have any, so... Can you guess what we're eventually gonna do with this room? Can't really do any of it just yet, but... in time. Oh, let me see. I sure would like a save room, but if what I'm seeing right now is any indication, I'm apparently not gonna get anything like that anytime soon. Unless maybe actually, I don't know. This could be worth a try. It seems like if I want to do something like that in the relatively near future, I would want to go up. First of all. Try to figure out what's at the top of this place, for instance. This place which is kind of modeled after that part in the other wall in Symphony where you can use the elevator. And you can see the elevators right there. The same utility has been brought back. So I think you should be able to use this to just take a quick ride up to the top of this room. And then see. Okay, there's a locked passageway over there, but that's not where we want to go right now. Instead we want to go over in this place that zigzags left and right, and then realize that we can't actually go over there because they can't jump high enough like before. Can't jump high enough to even reach that place yet, so it was kind of a moot point. Alrighty then, I guess we're going the other way. He's gonna throw his head at me next. Yep, he sure did. Oh, well, it bounces further than the bone does. Oh, there's more from here. And that one did 4 damage, so I thought he only did 1. How much HP do I have? I have 19. I should probably drink a potion, let me see. Some HP is 30 HP, I guess. It's actually pretty good. Probably should have done that a while ago. Okay, well, let me go back and fill out that one part of the hallway that I did before, I guess. And then we'll keep exploring. Also, notice how you have the, once you whip, you kind of have the committed jump here, where after you, well, you kind of control your jump physics as much as you want normally, but after you attack with your whip, then that's a different matter. You can't actually adjust your jump trajectory after that. Let's see if I can get this guy without using the sub button thing. There we go. Should be another one though, isn't there? Oh, there's just gonna be a bunch of these guys, I guess. And a peeping eye. Oh boy, and a chair. So I should have gotten that before. Let's grab this chair, which... If you go into the secret info, you can view data on all the enemies. Namely what they drop and what they're weak against and strong against. And how much HP and XP they have. And we can also view our collectibles, such as this chair, a wooden chair of excellent craftsmanship. which apparently is the first of many pieces of furniture we will find here in the castle. Oh boy. Level 10. I don't think leveling is quite as much of a big benefit in this game as it is in Circle of the Moon though. So I don't really have to worry too much about that. So let's go back down to the room at the bottom now. Plus we can begin working our magic on it at this point. Putting some furniture. Hey look, I put some nice chairs in this room. Can't sit in them or anything, but they will always spruce up the room a little more. That should clearly be our biggest concern right now. Alright, let's go that way, I guess. Go to the Luminous Cavern, where the axe armor is. Axe armor which is pretty closely modeled after the axe armors in the Alchemy Lab area in Symphony. And you do notice that even as we traverse this area as well, everything just... And after we came out of the teleporter thingy, everything became kind of monochrome, and it remains so even in this area. Could that have any kind of significance, I wonder? Well, there's another witch enemy, at least that one doesn't have a shield or anything like that. Sadly though, it also doesn't turn into a cat when he dies. It's pretty much the only one that doesn't, I don't think. Or I do think. Well, unless you count the witches... the witch enemies from Circle of the Moon, but you know, those are just straight up Wizard of Oz, green-skinned, Wicked Witch of the West designs. And we got a turquoise, I don't know. Which is another gem that's useless except for selling, I think. Oh boy, and a man-eater plant, which is another recurring enemy. It has been recurring since it showed up in Rondo and then Symphony. Oh, but the little sprites it has. Oh shit. And then it also spits out the skull as well. So I have to wonder which way I want to go first. I think I want to go down to the right first. Oh wait a minute, okay, I forgot there was a save room here. Try to emulate Alucard. They don't really capture the sweepy sushi moves here. I think at this point they were a little more concerned with just making the character visible after the fiasco where a lot of people couldn't see the last game clearly because of the poorly lit GBA screen. But, I don't know, I feel like the only time they tried to make a character really smoothly animated in the DS games, which, you know, did have that capability, was with the last one, which was Order of Ecclesia. Which I may have mentioned this before, but Shanoa, who's the protagonist of that game, I feel is pretty much the only character shows up in these games that has a 2D animation that's comparable to Alucard's. Right. Leveled up again. What do we have down here? Guessing I want this, because I'm guessing I'm also not going to be able to get most of this stuff. Yet. Oh, it's a high potion. Impaled scarecrows. think the background here might be a little bit inspired by the background in the Ice Cave Leveling Chronicles, I don't know. Kind of reminds me of that, with the appearance of some of the stuff in the background. Works for a small screen with poor lighting, yes. I mean, there's a reason why you got the dark and edgy monochrome stuff. With the colorful protagonist, the Aliorumnus/Salem Witch enemy is now called Siren. Even though typically the enemy called Siren in Castlevania is basically a variation on the Harpy enemy. Alright, that's it for this part, I guess, at least for as much as we can traverse right now. You know, we kinda need the double jump to be able to go further that way. Or some other kind of high jump. I wonder what that other kind would be. I gotta tell you, haven't hit an axe harp like 6 times just to kill it is. It's pretty reminiscent of the, you know, old school Castlevania experience. Hard marks up, alright. Might as well mark that off too. I am here in the Luminous Cave. I think that's where I am, yes. For some reason it's like, there's like 3 different versions of this game too. This one's called Harmony of Dissonance, and this is the one that most people know, I think, but I think the European version was called White Knight Concerto. And I think the Japanese version was called Concerto of the Midnight Sun. And apparently some of the names of the areas fluctuate between those versions too, like the map that I have calls this place the Moscow Cave instead of the Luminous Cave. I think the part that was called Shrine of the Apostates, it's called Heretics something. Heretics Grave, that's what it's called. So there's also little variations like that. Hey, it's the Donkey Kong skeleton again. Oh, he missed. So where are we going? I think we're gonna find a boss room soon here. I'd actually be very... oh hey, leveled up again already. I mean, I certainly will be able to appreciate being able to kill these guys in as few hits as possible, but... okay, that's where the boss is. So let's explore around a little more before we challenge it, I think. Avoid the holy water for now. And see, so you got some stuff mapped out down here. Hold on, it's a slime, I think. Slime which splits into smaller slimes as it takes damage, of course. Into tiny slimes. Ooh. I sure do like that I accidentally almost closed my Swiss Army knife while my finger was stuck between the blades of the Swiss runners and nearly chopped off 1 centimeter circle of my index finger. That's so nice. I think the closest I've come to something like that happening to me was an incident with my finger being stuck between a dog treat and my dog's teeth for a little while. Before that was conveniently diffused. Silver dishes, oh boy. The pure silver dinner set radiates elegance. Keep cutting myself randomly. I used to do that. I remember one day when I was a kid, I was like, I cut my I got little cuts on my fingers from like 5 different things. Just happened to be lying around and that I pretty much ran into accidentally. Actually, I was reminded today, that I have this scar on the back of my left hand that was from a big cut that happened, on the back of my left hand that pretty much happened completely by accident, and I almost didn't even notice it because it didn't even hurt when it happened. Funnily enough, even though, I did get that giant cut that left that scar that I could barely even feel. If I compare that to the day when I was a kid, when I got all those little cuts on my fingers, I think I felt that more than, the giant cut that actually left a scar. Oh boy, look, it's a puzzle. If we step on this switch and the door opens, but there's also a box up there. Wonder what this could mean. Actually, I do wonder what this could mean, because, okay, you gotta push it off to the right first, and then to the left. Because if I do left and then right, it's gonna get stuck. Really bad scrapes that hit lower levels of the skin. Right, I found the secret passageway. It leads to a life max up, which I would gladly take. And I will mark off the map here if I can find it. I think it's this right here. And indeed it is, right. Guess that box is gonna be there forever now. Hey, check it out, it's 13579. Better make a note of this. Better solve the Castlevania ARG that we have going on here. Capture this window. There we go. Need to go solve the mystery, guys. What does this number mean? Ellie's Real 2401. Oh, hey, the box went back up there. Looks like we're pretty much in the... Well, no, there might be another place to go around the boss, but I can end up going straight to the boss after this. There we go. Yeah, pretty much go left and up, then right and up again. Oh shit, okay. Oh, I got petrified by the pink slime. I think the thing just here actually says Nani when he gets petrified. Forgot about that little detail. Boy, it's gonna be fun. Alright, there we go. And I go up this way. I did, but I didn't go very far up this way. I kinda wanna find out what else there is here. Oh, take a barrel in the face. Can I climb all the way up to the top of this room? Let's see. Oh, you can actually get the barrel in one strike like that. Gotta pill that onto a mana prism. I think that's not the first pill I've done like that, but oh, hey, there's a wall there. And also a sage statue to collect. Sage statue, which, let's see. Statue of a smug-looking old man, alright. Oh boy. I don't want to keep the cross, thank you very much. Alright, so this platform up here is surrounded. Pretty sure there's a... Oh, I thought that was gonna petrify me, you know, the skulls at these things, but usually do. Guess this one doesn't, though. Or I got an Uncurse potion as a drop, I guess. Is there anything else in this room, or is it safe to go straight where the boss is? No, there's a potion. I guess I'll take that. And that's pretty much all that there is to find here without harassing the big boss at the end, so sure it will be another really tough battle like we've been seeing in every boss encounter so far. Let's be prudent and save first, like always. We're level 12 now, however, we're actually leveling up really quickly. And we leveled up again, what you know what. So let's pretty much keep going directly. Right from here, and there's pretty much nothing else in the way, except this guy, but no, he isn't. So here we are with this kind of weird looking face and a pillar in the background, and also a golem. He punches you and also makes shit fall from the ceiling. And has a ball and chain for a right arm, I guess. It's not really that proactive most of the time, though, as you can see. And then you hit him enough times that this happens. And then you hit the orb. He starts spitting rocks at you. He can actually corner you with that, so yep. Oh boy, sure, hope I can get past him. Nope, gotta take a whole bunch of damage just to get on the other side. There we go. So yeah, he actually is... Can be a bit of a problem if he manages to catch you like that. Well, let's just do this, see what that helps. What kind of does. Okay, so what you want to do is... Just be able to get like this in a place where you can actually kind of snipe him by ducking from the platform, and there you go. And his metal orb remains for a second there, it's like the last thing that disappears. Yeah, we get a top rating again. And for destroying the challenge of the golem, we get to go on a very special magical ride. We get on this platform and we get another little throwback to Chronicles where we pull the lever here and yeah, we get a waterfall of Kool-Aid. That's certainly what that scream was. Nice, smooth, cool looking strawberry Kool-Aid. Speaking of which, I should probably take a sip of my iced tea that I have here. I say iced tea. Well, I mean hard liquor, of course. It's iced tea flavor, but it's just very high percentage booze. Can't lie about that. It's also probably not so icy now that I've let so much time pass without actually taking a sip. There we go. Hey, look at someone who was having a very refreshing time under this ergonomic mattress here. Sure, I'm jealous. Long Island iced tea does contain hard liquor. I have no idea. We got a strange mirror and we got the yellow stone. We can take this to the national park and add lightning to attacks made with a whip. Alright, I guess we'll try it out. So what does the weird mirror do, I wonder? Just another one of these cities, isn't it? Yes, strange mirror. Take a peek at it and you feel as if someone were there. Sure spooky. Okay, we got a ring drop from one of the slimes. Okay, no, I thought it was a ring, but apparently it's a sturdy turban. Okay. Turbans are a big hit in areas of the world with hot climates. Apparently they are. Apparently it's also not as good as the cloth helmet though, so... all decked out in cloth gear, it seems. Ah. Well, it actually kind of makes me wonder. It's pretty much the the thing you get for going and oh boy, beating the boss and then coming up here, which I guess you can use the platforms to climb back up, but it's not really gonna help me progress, is it? So I'm actually kind of wondering where I have to go next. Maybe I have to go to the part on the left of the castle that I didn't explore before. I guess that would help. It could work. Oh, okay. I was expecting to intercept the bomb there. Oh yeah, we have lightning attacks now. That's what we're whips loaded with at this point. Even though a bunch of our enemies are just gonna catch fire now if we attack them. Also, do love how apparently the barrel that the ape skeletons are carrying just rolls backwards if you kill them before they throw it. Oh yeah, time to go over and check out the other passageway that was back there, I guess. I don't know if lighting is gonna be that much more effective than fire though. I think I'll keep the redstone for now. Like at least against these kind of plant-based enemies that we're fighting here. I'm sure that does like twice as much. Oh god. Oh my god, poisoned. That's not good. Let's use an anti-venom, shall we? Or else we're never gonna get a chance to do that. Generally really stingy with those. Alright. And I get an Anchor's Potion from the... Hang on a minute, is that always gonna drop? Is it gonna be like that one... Yeah, it is, I guess. It's gonna be like that one candle in the library in Symphony where he always drops an Anchor's Potion. Well, they have it in this... this place now. Oh, damn it. Alright, also I kind of appreciate how there's pretty much no like intermediate route between those doors that go between the areas. You just, open the door and there you are. That's not something that you could say for a bunch of the other games that implemented that kind of avoid time to go to my favorite place in the world, the Skeleton Cave. Place where it's a place just made of skeletons completely. And there's more Chronicles references, I think. Very minor visual references. And references to other stuff as well. See what's down here first of all. Let's, check the skeleton spider there. That much like the skeleton spider in Chronicles. I think you might be able to like slide under it. You can push it back into a place, that place, and yeah, you can slide under it too if you so desire. I thought, but probably doesn't help if you're like standing on top of one of those platforms that you can drop down from. Okay, if you look in the background there, it's kind of a very minor visual reference, but the three-headed skeleton there I think is supposed to be a reference to the giant ghost from Rondo of Blood. It's pretty much a giant flying skull with three eyes like that. It's one where you can use the strategy where you play as Maria, you use the dragon to get all the ice in one go. Alright, and we got the ankle guards for free. Oh wait, these shin guards were the other ones that we could have gotten from the merchant. But we got something better for free, so it doesn't really matter in the end. Let's see. Oh yeah, I guess I do want to keep going this way, 'cause it's the part of the cavern that's not on the map yet. So I sure would want to find out what's over here. Please, skeleton spider. You can actually see the name. I forgot about that. Unlike the one that's back there, I think I can actually stun-lock these. And get them in a place where they can't actually run away from you. I think there might be some stuff here that we can't quite get yet though, because we can't jump high enough again. It's gonna be a perennial problem in this game. Yep, there's something up there that we cannot get yet, because even though we fill that in, we can't actually jump high enough to reach, so let me see. And in the skeleton cave now. Okay, I mean, oh god, I am switching between places, aren't I? Maybe I'm not, I don't know. Hang on, that's the wrong thing. I need to get this. I already mapped this out, but I couldn't get it yet, so I need to come back for that. There's also another visual reference right there, but we can't see it very clearly yet, but it's reference to Simon's Quest of all things. Well, Simon's Quest and the one, the follow-up reference that came to that same thing in what shall we call it? In Rondo. Yeah, and there's a three-headed skull in the background there that's kind of covered up by the rest of the stuff. I think that might be a reference to some of the backgrounds from Symphony, where you see something like that when you're about to fight Cerberus, pretty much. What about the left side here? What can we find? What level are we right now? We're at level 14. Well, there's a ball here. It's just kind of in the way, where we can't really do anything to get past it. Well, let us go ahead and continue on this way now. Let's see what else awaits us here. Well, not this way, but I guess go back around, because apparently we can't actually go that way. See, is the spider going to be here? Okay. Just do that, and there we are. And there's the Bone Halberd from... Oh, he was called Bone Halberd in Symphony at least. It's called Skeleton Spear in this, even though that's clearly not a spear, but a polearm. That's, not a spear. It has an actual curved blade. That isn't just at the very end of the tip, also. Here's a rolling giant skull that becomes a platform for us. Because we need to black out the screen a little bit so we could change the camera back to where we actually are. And find this thing, which I think this skull right here might actually be a little reference to Crocomire, who is a boss from Super Metroid. He's got a kind of got this kind of shaped head with multiple eyes laid out like that. And it's that kind of same style of game, so we get these Crocomire skulls here. It's a little subtle made a tribute, I guess. So, stuffed stags. Well, let's take a look at some of the stuff I've collected for, actually no, don't quick save right now. There's kind of a funny thing you can do with a quick save in this game, but I don't know if I'll ever be showing it off. I might be fortunate enough to not have to, because it's pretty much a thing for when you want to... Well, I don't know if I could even explain it without showing it off, but on the side table, they add a nice accent to any room. Stuffed stag is the symbol of the rich. You feel as if you're being watched when you have this in your presence. Maybe because the stag hates you. If you get another... Oh shit. We got something coming up, alright. I thought it was a cutscene, but nope. It's just a giant pendulum blade. Oh, here we go. There is a cutscene here. Just there you are. I don't look any different. Please ignore my red background portrait. Or portrait background. How dare you ask me of Liddy? You're one of her captures, aren't you? Now forget it. I know not the scope of your power, Belmont, who is totally my friend, who I know, but I will not let you have her. Got new powers to surpass your strength, but first the woman. May you run away within the walls of this castle. That was hilarious. Is that truly Maxim? Do my eyes and ears deceive me? Oh no. Guess we did have to come this way though. This pretty much confirms it. Oh, red skeletons were like... They turn into liquid goo now when they're collapsed instead of just collapsing into a pile of bones. And hey, like, just like that one stage in Chronicles, I think. I think the statue is supposed to be crying bloody tears, and that's what the blood skeletons come from, but for some reason it's not happening. And for some reason bloody tears is not in this game at all, so it's an unfortunate lack of thematic echoing too. Can't remember if Bloody Tears was in... Actually, I think, yeah. I was gonna say I can't even remember if Bloody Tears was in Chronicles, but I'm pretty sure it was. And it was right in that stage where the statue who cries Bloody Tears appears. I don't know, maybe... You know, so far this room does look exactly like the previous one, so... Maybe I spoke too soon with the... No, never mind. So let's look at the map here. Okay, we're officially gone past the point where everything's filled out, so let's see what other adventures we can have here. Hey, we get a boss here. I actually forgot we had anything like that at this point, but... Let's have a little call about the Castlevania 3, I think, the first boss of that game. It's a Skeleton Knight. He's got the same shield and everything, and he appears the same way. Kind of rises up out from under the shield. And he has this very heroic move where he just stabs you very predictably. But then he loses his sword. And then he just rushes you like that. So who needs a sword to fight, am I right? Oh. Apparently I do. So like, he kinda has his shins uncovered, so it makes him look very skinny. And now he lost his... what did he lose this time? Well, not the shield, evidently, because he's gonna respawn again. Oh, never mind, he did lose the shield. But I guess he needed it to... Okay, now he can shoot lasers out of his crotch. You know, Nova Skeleton style. I forgot about that. Pretty sure I'm glad I wasn't hit by that one. Might be able to duck under that, I don't know, it looks like there would be enough room. But it didn't matter anyway. Oh, cool. Didn't quite manage to get it excellent that time. There goes my excellent streak, I guess. But at least we got the Sylph Feather, which I think is gonna be... gonna be quite a big boon, because now we can do the double jump. Yeah, we're missing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 things at the bottom, but only one thing up here. Wonder what it could be. Also kind of wondering how long I'm gonna be playing this for today, since I started later than usual. Because my mom and I are trying to renew our US visas, and we have to go to 2 appointments, which was the one we went to today and then the one where we get interviewed, which we could have waived if we had renewed the things within 1 year of them being expired, but we didn't, so at least we got to see the hilarious questions that you get asked in the security section of I'll go to Paranthropus. Okay, that was a lot easier than those things usually die. Not the security questions in the security questions in the questionnaire for applying for that. It's like, hey, did you ever kill 300 babies and shoot a bunch of innocent people? Yes or no? Just imagine that, but like 50 times in a row. That's what that section is like. Wonder how I could go about getting a visa for the US. I don't know. I would imagine that you would have to look into having something to do with the embassy. I think you gotta do like an internet thing first, and then you like get an appointment at a local either embassy or representative center. At least that's how it works for where I am. So I just got something over there, and I missed it, didn't I? Hang on. What did I get? Time to find out. I got health max up, and there's something else. What is that? Oh, we see. Oh, okay. Apparently I can farm experience from the Paranthropus, and it's like an easy leveling place, according to my reference here. I don't think I'm gonna be making use out of that right now, though, because I don't feel like I need it that badly. You know, levels don't really make that big of a difference in this game, as I said. Well, at least they named these enemies the Bone Throwers and not the Jackal Bones. That was kind of a weird name. Oh hey, I can get up here. Like, can I even do that? But, oh, it doesn't matter anyway, because you can see if I come up here, my progress is kind of impeded by this thing, which I can't break. Well, it was all for naught in the end. Oh, also, I just realized that I can double jump, and I can also do kicks. Something that I think that's unlocked by default after you get a double jump in most games, but there's like at least one game where you need to get an extra thing before being able to do those kicks, even after you get a double jump. Pretty sure even Alucard could, even before he got double jump, he could do kicks after jumping. But of course, that's I think the way that worked though in this was if he didn't have any weapons equipped, then he could like. Actually, how much experience does this guy have? He could do a kick if you hit attack in the air while pointing down. I'm not even looking at the experience. Hang on, 46. Probably gonna level up. No, 46, 35. Guess I'm gonna get one more level and then go. I'll take a few more of these. There we go. I am now level 15. Clearly that will make a massive difference. Alright, so yeah, we can actually go back and get the thing that I missed before because I couldn't jump high enough, and time for me to remember what all the places in the map that I could, I could not access because I couldn't jump high enough are. Or try to at least. Okay, maybe now the statue's gonna be crying. Not yet, apparently. That's strange. Let's take her the pendulum again, which is going to be a lot easier now that we have the double jump to help us clear that out. And see where, well, there's only one way to go now, from here pretty much. Get back past these crocodiles and use the backdash to help us ourselves along. Oh, we can actually do that. So we can attack enemies without even facing them. That's actually pretty neat. I don't think I ever tried that before. Like combining the backdash with the thing that lets you attack enemies without, well, having your back to them. Right. Do I want to go up? No, I gotta go down first. At least I think I do. Well, this should be pretty quick if we are enhanced by the backdash. So we go back into this room and we get a little reference to Simon's quest once we actually climb to the top. And, you know, can actually reach that now that we have the thing. Thing that lets us jump higher. And there it is, it's Carmilla's mask, one of the bosses from Simon's quest, and it's even got like one eye empty and one eye open, like it did in that game. And we can kick straight down even though it looks diagonal. That's just not set. I'm gonna hard max up also, which I had marked as ungettable before because we couldn't get it, but now we have, so go ahead and correct that and what have you. I also got a couple of furniture things. I'm gonna mark that as skeleton. Also got the silk feathers. I'm gonna mark that as skeleton. Alright, so guess we gotta backtrack some more now. I'm gonna guess the spider is gonna be facing away from me here. Yep. Oh, please go that way. Thank you very much. And just keep going up and get out of this skeleton cave. So I'm guessing that there's pretty much no point to staying here right now. At least right this moment. Oh boy. That was a strange way for that to bounce back. Right, back we are in the treasury. Treasury which doesn't really have a lot of treasure lying around, to be quite frank. Right, let's go ahead and place all of the very tasteful items that we required into this room. Put in some furniture. Hey, look, it's a stag head. And the statue of the smug old guy and the table and the mirror. It's all very added quite a lot of taste to this room. Just gonna stand here smugly and yeah, good night, Liz. See you in a week, I guess. I actually almost forgot about that. We're not gonna be around for this weekend, so I guess I'll do some more of this series on the weekend. Unless something phenomenally bizarre happens. It's kind of a shame too, since I actually did a little bit of grinding with the agape ring, like item grinding in Dark Souls 2. So that I could get a couple of sets just kind of out of boredom. So I sure can't wait until I can show that to the stream. It's Nearly the greatest idea I ever had. Alright. So we're going up to the top of this room again. Soaking in a pool for 6 days. Well, sounds pretty nice, as long as, you know... You know the funny thing about when I was at the beach like a week or two ago, is that what my parents did for almost the whole time that we were there, like pretty much every day, was they would rent this this place, what's it called? One of these little palm roof things that they have in front of the beach. I would rent out one of those. I don't remember what they're called. They would rent out one of those and pretty much just lie there all day and, I don't know, get in the sea, swim in the sea for a little bit, and then go back and just kind of go back and forth. At least until the evening, and, you know, I did a little bit of that too, but what I did, but for the most part, is like, you know, if I'm gonna be lying around doing nothing, I would rather do it in the place that has AC. So for me it was a mixture of that and just going back to the room to just chill out. Usually the water's too cold and I don't trust it. Well, I used to think that when I was a kid, like it was cold for me to get accustomed to the water, but I guess, you know, when I went recently, I guess the weather around me was hot enough to where... Where am I right now in the game, by the way? Okay. Like, the air around me was hot enough to where I couldn't even... It didn't even matter, like, the water was pretty agreeable, it seemed. And so was the pool water. Way too easy to get sucked into a rogue tide and end up stuck far from the coast. Well, I mean, the sea did eat my glasses, but... like, I didn't get sucked away by any violent tides or anything, and like, I guess I was prudent enough to not really want to go in any further than the point where the waves break that's farthest from the shore, which isn't actually that far away. It's pretty much where I was like, I probably shouldn't go past this point. Even though I think they have like little buoys off in the distance that are supposed to tell you like, hey, you really shouldn't, how did you even get here? You really shouldn't keep going if you're already here and you're like not on a boat or anything. Those are like at least twice as much distance away as I ever went. And I don't know, like, something that kind of I question too is that even though I was pretty much trying to avoid getting toasted in the sun as much as possible because I don't really care for that, I still got like slightly burned in my forearms, and so I'm peeling now. It's absolutely disgusting. Let me tell you all about it. I scratch my arm because it itches, and then little pieces of it come off, and I grab onto one of them and peel it back, and these little pieces of transparent skin that's very, very thin come off of it. Well, at least it didn't happen to pretty much any other part of my face or anything. I remember that happening a lot to my face when I went to the beach as a kid. The only part of my head that happened to at all this time around was my forehead, and it wasn't really a big problem for me. Also, we get another buster on the right, as you can see. I can find it funny how I haven't really even been saying anything about the game for the past 5 minutes or so, because well, pretty much all the backgrounds that you see here are stuff that we've already seen in some variety. You know, this area is not really that varied or unique. Well, bye then. Have a good night and have a good time at the place with the stuff. Alright then, let me see. Well, I could go fight the boss, but can I go higher up here? Oh great, it's more than these fuckers. My favorite thing in the world. Okay, I can kill them in like 3 hits now at least. No, 2 hits, even if I don't get a crit, that's good. I am definitely okay with that. Hey, look at this. This kind of a bold texture thing here. It's pretty much supposed to be taken, well, it's taken straight from Symphony pretty much. It's not, doesn't look exactly the same obviously, but also have that kind of texture for some of the walls in the Castle Keep area in Symphony. It's actually really easy to spot stuff like that after you play these games in sequence. You also get a disc armor who just pukes out of its discs after you defeat it. That's a pretty good thing that you can defeat it easily, because typically those can be pretty annoying if they actually get a chance to attack. Alright, let's see what else is over there. If we can... Oops, I accidentally hit the turbo button for a second. If we can keep going up here, which I don't know if I should bother without, bother going too far in this direction without fighting the boss first. Here's another merchant shop. So we meet again. What can I do for you? Seems like he sells pretty much the same thing. Okay, so he sells a few more things now. T-shirt, bit on the casual side, but looks fashionable, and some salad, which apparently is the same as something I'm already wearing. Cuirass armor, it's a bit expensive for how much we have right now. Apparently made from fabric treated with a special liquid, alright. I don't know if that's what a cuirass is supposed to be, but okay. It appears to be a normal coat, but metal has been woven into it. It's a Ramail coat. Greek helm. Corinthian-style helmet. Pyrrhus helm, a helmet from a faraway land. It's better than the Greek helm, apparently. Bangle, wrist protector, Nova ring. Increases the strength of the cross, which I should probably get that at some point, but can't afford it right now. I think I'll just keep the armor I have right now. I get the feeling I'll just get better armor just by exploring the castle anyway, like, you know, like I did when I met him for the first time. Oh god. Okay, so we can find our way to the top of this place. I should probably go back and beat the boss before I, like, leave this room. Probably not really a good idea to wander off too far. So here we go again. Come on, oh, for fuck's sake, alright. Can I please, there we go. Can I please kill you? It's something I would definitely enjoy doing. There we go. So let's go to save and then just go see who the boss is. I think I already know what the boss is, but... Yep, it's your old friend the Minotaur. His cape is kind of giant now, and as you can see, he's also kind of easy to stagger and doesn't really attack that often just of his own volition, however, but he can also do that, which, as you can see, hurts quite a bit for how much health I have right now. Let's see if we can defeat him in spite of this. Okay, what's he doing? Okay. Let's move from Rondo. I think he quite fit in that little wall, though. That's not quite. He's probably backdash when he does that. straight downward swing. How much health do I have? I have 1 health, okay. I was gonna say we can totally beat him like this, but I forgot he didn't jump further than that. Well, you can hear the game over theme, which is the same game over theme from the adventure, actually. So let's try that again. Well, the adventure and Belmont's Revenge, I guess. They both use the same game over theme, I think. It's actually pretty catchy, if you ask me. Okay. So that is how you dodge that. And okay, so you can just duck next to him and keep hitting him when he does that attack. Oh, but you need to actually, duck too. Because okay, when he spins the axe without doing anything else, that's when he's going to... Oh, you can... No, just remember, realize that but you had to like stick the platforms to dodge his... this thing where he charges you, but... Then I remember that you have the double jump already, so you don't even have to worry about that. Oh, there we go. I mean, this is pretty classic-esque Castlevania boss experience. You have to hit him a whole bunch of times while avoiding his attacks, because you can only get hit like 5 times without dying. Oh shit, I failed to jump that time. So I couldn't quite get a message. But for killing him we got the Wind Book and another life max up, so... let me mark that off in the map here. And we shall continue on, I think, after I confirm whether or not I've grabbed something else back here. Yes, I have. I think so, at least. Oh, that doesn't matter, I can confirm. Can confirm which bits of furniture I've grabbed so far. Just by looking at the list, and I gotta make sure which ones, how to get the ones I'm missing just by looking at a guide or something. Oh boy, there we are. There. Well, at least dealing with those guys is pretty easy now. So now that we actually beat the boss down there, should probably actually try to find out what's all the way up here, what's beyond this point. Sure don't like the prospect of having to deal with this guy now, alright. At least I really get to the platform like that. We actually have another boss fight here coming up, or am I getting confused? Well, we do have the, we're almost at the top of the castle, but okay, so we can't actually go this way because there's a barrier there. I forgot all about that, so we have to go somewhere else now. Just gotta figure out where to go that requires a double jump that we couldn't go to before, I suppose. I'm kind of wanting to clear this game in 2 streams, like I did the previous one, so I would like to get to at least halfway point in this one. But how to do that, I don't need to know where to go just to progress, so... Well, I figure there's one place we could go to in the very beginning, well, near the beginning of the game. How about we get cursed? Okay, we can still attack, but we can't run or jump or Well, we can jump, but we can't move very quickly, I guess. It's pretty much the gist of that. So the curse doesn't even really do much in this game. I know, maybe we can't like use sub-weapons or something. It's not like that's really that big of a deal, though. So where do I want to go, actually? I'm not so sure. If I go down here, I already tried looking there, and it's like a place. For one thing, there's a locked door there, and also can't even get there yet because I can't jump over the big barrier that's between the entrance and the exit. So where am I going after all? Let's see. If I go down here, well, I can't go down from there. If I go over to the left from here, will I end up in the... Will I find like a locked door? I think I will find a locked door. Because if I didn't, then I would be able to go back to the Wailing Way from here, and I don't think that's supposed to be possible right now. Yep, there's a locked door. Well, let's destroy the mighty White Dragon level 3, who can fly around freely, but apparently he's really bad at aiming. Yeah, well, actually kind of a similarity between Symphony and this one is that the area that's pretty much directly below us right now is supposed to be the castle center, which is where you fight Dracula at the end of the inverted castle in Symphony. And you know, it's also, you can also access that in the normal castle, but nothing there really happens in the normal version of the game. Nothing really happens there, that is. So let's see. And there's gonna be a locked door if I try to go here, yes. So I'm gonna go all the way to the bottom of this room, I guess. Gotta backtrack some more. I sure do love doing that in these games. Sure do love doing that this much, that is. Let me see. If I go down to the right, then maybe I can find some extra stuff. Guess I could take a look at that. Guess that's where the Luminous Cavern is. Like, you know, if I go down to the Skeleton Cave again, pretty much not gonna be able to go anywhere, but maybe there's something new I can find in the Luminous Cavern now that I can double jump. Oops. Oh shit, okay. I'm not paying attention. Also, it's not really that late and I don't really feel that sleepy, but I probably should, because I only slept like 3 hours today. So I was trying to... well, I don't know, I was probably should have gone to bed earlier than I did, but... basically we had to go to the picture appointment for the visa thing today at about 4. We were supposed to be there at 4, but like we arrived early and they let us in early. Just to pretty much get that done, so I was supposed to be there at 3 to meet up with my mom. And I was. Because of how fucking late I went to bed, I only ended up sleeping about 3 hours before I was able to prepare. I had about half an hour to do that when I woke up. Alright, so if I go here, I still am not gonna be able to jump high enough to get past this thing, but... Well, at least now I know that. But there is one place in particular I'm seeing on the map that I might want to check out. Well, a few places really, but... Well, a couple of places, honestly, just only, but... let's see... Like, I know I can't take the top left exit of the room to the right of the save room, because there's a wall there, but maybe... Maybe if I go down and right from here. Okay, I can't really tell if I can't really tell if backdashing or forward dashing is faster in this game. I'll say backdashing just on principle, but I can't really be absolutely certain of that. Do pass where the boss was, and... okay, still can't get up high enough to go there with the double jump, right, so that's not something that I should be trying to get yet. Whatever's over there. For some reason I thought that might be possible now, but... evidently not. Oh, okay. So the other place that I want to go through is if I go down from... Not if I go down from here, actually. I need to go back through the... I just realized I do need to go back through the boss room to get to that place I want to check out. Even though I just did, but now I'll go back to the save room instead before I met. Saying more stuff that I didn't realize what I was saying there. Okay, so go left and down again, and just keep going left and down until I can't keep doing that anymore. And then I get to turn around. Oh. Just all the dark axonites and go this way to where the Algoritmus was. Well, they're called Sirens in this game, but I just called them Algoritmus. You know, they were called Salem Witches in Symphony. There she is. So I couldn't make this jump before, but now I can. Isn't that incredible? So what's she gonna do anyway? Oh, she makes little ninja stars. Do they do anything? No, they just sit there. That's kind of sucky. So what's over here, I wondered. Is it something worthwhile? No, it's another warp room. Alright, so I guess we do have to go this way. And again, the colors change. Here we have to go this way. The Skywalkway is where we ended up now. Just have you found Liddy? You're Maxime, aren't you? What do you mean by that? Nothing, forget it. I totally didn't meet an evil version of you or anything. So how did you fare? Found nothing yet, but memories slowly coming back. So Liddy is somewhere in this castle after all. Sure of that, and I'll know that I have also been here before. There's something you should know. Today you inherited the title of Vampire Hunter, as if I felt as if a wall had been erected between us, and for that reason I set out on my expedition. Wanted to be better than you and relieve you of your fate, because that would work. How much shit the Belmonts did. Long ago you told me of Dracula's remains, do you remember that? Remember the story of how my grandfather Simon gathered Dracula's remains and destroyed them to undo his curse? Hey, check it out, a direct reference to Simon's quest. Thought my wishes could be granted if I too could gather and destroy them, because I guess they can be re-destroyed after being destroyed once. You found them. According to legend, it's still too early for Dracula's resurrection. It's not like anyone's curse right now either. First I was doubtful that I could find all his remains, but I uncovered 6 parts, as if guided by a higher being, even though typically there's only 5. Even though there's a bit of lore, I guess, involved in that. In Simon's Quest, apparently you find 5 parts, which are the rib, the heart, the eye, the tooth, and the ring. But apparently there's one more called a nail, and apparently that's what Dracula uses in the final battle in that game if you let him actually move, which I didn't. Some of those are supposed to be the 6 body parts. Little memory of what occurred after that, but remains have vanished. I do remember clearly, though, that Lydia has kidnapped Dracula's bodily remains, maybe giving rise to this castle. I guess that's how that works. But the one you should be seeking forgiveness from, you ought to apologize to Lydia first. So he'll be off. There he goes. Also check out that edgy background in the edgy painting in the background. Wonder what's going on there, but I got more balloon pods. These things that release little spores that I think poison you if you touch them. And another high potion. So I guess this part is supposed to be like a little bit like the chapel in Symphony. Both in the aesthetics and in the design. Oh god, it's a giant balloon that splits into 3 regular sized balloons, and then oh god, no. Okay, there we go. Well, that could have been bad. Don't have any part of this mapped out, right? No, we don't. And apparently there's another wall here, just kind of in the way. Can't go that way, I guess. But we can go down here and find boxes. Boxes and also a life max up, which, you know, I don't mind if I do. Time to check where we are so that I can mark it off. Time to check which version of the thing we are in. Heretic's Grave and also Heretic's Grave, right. Corridor in the air, except this was the sky corridor in this version. So there should be, okay, we're still in this thing. So I just got this. Everything I've been getting so far is from one thing, even though I thought it was hopping between 2. Oh, we leveled up from the balloon pod, alright. It's a little unexpected. So back up we go, I guess, to why do I keep doing this? There we go. Still haven't gotten hit by that. And here again, I think this happens too in some like the Mad Forest stage of Castlevania 3, which is where the balloon pods come from, pretty much. You can, if you try jumping over some of them, they just release their little spores anyway. So there should be, you can see there's a lot of different places you can go right now, but might as well check out as much of every direction as we can. Except I think that would be a little bit of a waste of time, actually, because we can only go in certain places. Should be a save room, though, yes, it is. And, as you can see, the wall over here looks kind of weird, and it makes weird noises if you strike it with the whip. Now that will not that we'll be able to do anything about that quite yet, though. So let's begin exploring. I think we would want to go up. Oh god. Okay. I could totally see that coming. Go up here first. Oh god, I don't even know if you can hear me when I'm saying stuff like that, but I don't know why I even mentioned that. But we made it to the Chapel of Dissonance, which I guess is part of what this kind of fits in with the game's naming theme. And we also got these parts, which these kind of hanging corridors, which it's kind of unclear whether or not they have any support or they're just floating in the air. It kind of looks like they have some kind of degree of support, but I don't know. And, you know, like, last time it kind of went quiet there because I don't know if there's anything really particular to say about this place, except, well, like, I mean, you see this little corridor here that's supposed to be like the little corridors that show up that look pretty much exactly like this in the chapel area in Symphony. It's got the same kind of a coloring and background aesthetic and everything. So there's not, and oh boy, here's this room, you know, speaking of the chapel in Symphony, here's a room that's pretty much an attempt at recreating the big staircase room in that stage. At least to some degree. As you can see, the entrance looks pretty much the same. And then you got this stained glass thing with some blue lady. I don't know. And there's hardbacks up. Alright. Kind of wonder. I'm pretty sure you're supposed to be able to. Yeah, you can't really get here without having the double jump. But I think there's some stuff here that you pretty much can never get the first time you come here. For a good reason, that is, but apparently I was able to get that key, no problem. Like, for example, whatever's up there, I don't think I'm going to be able to get. There's something very special up there, as you might have been able to see. But before I even try to do anything there, let me see. Let me mark off that thing that I did get, which was the hard max up. And there's red doors, which pretty much means we can't really go any further than this right now, but also get a life max up and potion over there. So I guess it was a good thing that we came over here first. I think I'm gonna go take the other big detour though, because okay, that's locked with a magical spell, and it doesn't really look anything like the other locks we've seen, so I'm gonna have to assume that I won't be able to do anything about that quite yet. And so now pretty much our only recourse is to you know what, leave it like that. We need to go back there anyway. Our only recourse is to go back to where the save room was, that general area, and there's a couple of extra detours we can take. I think I'm only gonna take one. If we go down from where the save room is, we're gonna end up in another area entirely, kind of like this one, but kind of like with this one, not kind of like this one. But I'm pretty sure that's gonna be a pretty big waste of time for a couple of reasons, so I'll just hold off on that for now. Go ahead and challenge the boss right now. And I could do it with the extra levels, I guess, just like in Circle of the Moon, but not to the same extent. It's not gonna quite give me as much of an edge. as it would have in that game. Oh hey, check out Apes Meister with the host. That's pretty nice, thank you. Whosoever may be here is very welcome. So what I'm gonna be doing right now is going up here. Well, I should probably go down to the save room first, because you know it's entirely possible that I may goof and die. And there we are. And now, instead of going down here, which I don't want to do yet, I'm gonna go up to the... Well, I guess I need to go around now, but... Gonna go up to the passageway that's up, that leads up from this room that isn't the same one that I took before. The one that's in the top right corner, pretty much. Because if I go right from there, then I'll be... Oh, okay, that's where the boss is. And for some reason I thought like I was going to take one less hit to kill. Oh boy, another big balloon. Guess this one we are gonna have to solve one step at a time though. There we are. And apparently there is something up there. Can we get it yet? We can. It's a gold trinket. I'm sure that's another piece of furniture for, you know, the interior decorating quest that we have going on. Oh boy, no. Pretty sure I want to keep my cross thing, thank you very much. Like, don't have any other spell books yet, do I? Oh, I have the wind book and the... forget about these. Damn it. Should probably be trying out more combinations then. It looks like it might be worth it. I don't know if it does like continuous damage. And what about the other one, the wind book? Oh, okay, yeah. Sure, and we're wanting to try that out. And this one might be worth it too. It looks pretty promising, let me tell you. Well, it would look a bit more promising if it didn't wear those out. Also, thanks, Axical, for the host. Graphically, do you think PS1 is superior to GBA, or it's pretty close regarding 2D graphics? Well, I would say PS1 is definitely superior if you're talking about, like, technical capabilities, for example. Like, I don't think there's very much doubt in that. Like, all the crosses just wear themselves out on this thing. You know, like, if you're talking about just Castlevania even, Symphony of the Night definitely looked better than pretty much any game on the Game Boy Advance. And that, well, any Castlevania game on the Game Boy Advance, at least, might be subjective if you go into much broader ranges, but... like, when you get into the DS Castlevanias, then you gotta, you know, those with higher technical capabilities, those are actually trying to copy a lot of Symphony of the Night's aesthetics, so... Also, we got the devil here. You might remember the devil enemy from Circle of the Moon. Apparently so did a lot of other people, because they made him a boss here. And this wouldn't be the last time we would see a boss like this either, so... Yeah, apparently bringing the cross with the wind book was a pretty good idea so far. Oh god, no. Okay, got cursed. Can I use this? It's okay, never mind, I can still use the sub-weapons with the curse active. That's... I guess the only thing it does is it makes you go slightly slower, and that's pretty much it. So watch out for his punches and lasers. And something I kind of wonder about. Like, if you look at him when he's kind of just flying there, if you look at his sprite, he kind of looks like he's holding his hands together, like he's antsy about something. He's like fiddling with his fingers. Try to do the crossfit again. There we go. Don't think that's quite what that's supposed to be, but that's what it looks like to me. Oh boy. Well, you do get cursed if he hits you even once, so... Even if he nicks you when he's not trying to do a special attack or anything. How many Castlevania games on GBA and DS? Oh, I got him. Oh, thanks Redbird, but yeah. It's pretty much 3 Castlevanias on the Game Boy Advance and 3 on the DS. And hey, I got the excellent thing. Gotta go back and save now, cause, you know, the devil is not really that tough of a boss, but he's, I would rather not have to fight him again, too, so... It's not like it takes a lot of time to just go out of the way and do this. But yeah, this is the second Castlevania for the Game Boy Advance. The first one was Circle of the Moon, and the next one, which is my personal favorite Castlevania, is Area of Sorrow. And well, there are another 3 for the DS. And if you look at the list, there are Dawn of Sorrow, which is the sequel to Aria of Sorrow, and there's Portrait of Ruin, and there is Horror of Ecclesia. And those 6 games, along with Symphony of the Night, are pretty much my favorite games in the Castlevania series. Because I really do like the Metroidvania style. Which is, you know, kind of a big reason why I'm doing this marathon to begin with. Alright, we made it to the next area, which is the clock tower. Oh shit. Immediately we're getting attacked by a harpy. Harpies, which, you know, is coming back to me, is kind of a pretty annoying enemy type in this game, comparable to Rondo even, I would say. Because as you can see, when you first fight them here, they're not really that easy to do away with. I think I kind of want to rush this part a little bit, maybe. Or at least rush past any harpies that I find. And as you can see, as in any other Castlevania you might imagine, got the gold Medusa heads in the clock tower, which turn you to stone and just get in your way. You know, you would also just get the regular Medusa heads, which are just there to get in your way and like knock you off the platforms and such. Oh god. Also got a hint card from one of those ledges up there. Should probably read that. Because they give you a little, you know, as their name indicates, hints as to stuff you can do in the game. Some spells can be cast multiple times. Okay. I don't know about that hint though. It sounds like when you play solo in Magicka and you get the little fairy that's supposed to be you know, a reference to Navi from Ocarina of Time, who just gives you useless advice. And it's like, hey, listen, maybe you can cast spells on the enemies. It's kind of what that sounds like to me, that particular hint. Oh god. Okay, I thought for sure I was gonna get hit there. By any of the many, many things littering the screen right now, I guess. There we go. Oh shit. Well, I can see why I was very glad that I killed that other disc armor that I saw pretty much immediately. Scale armor, let's see. Scale armor is definitely better than the other armor I have, so... do we have anything better than the cloth helmet? Do we have anything better than the leather gloves? Feels like I should at this point. Yeah, I do. I just saw something. The emerald cloak is better. Forget where I got that, but... What about the ankle guards? I guess not. So I just noticed that my silhouette in this, well, I guess because of the emerald cloak, silhouette changed to green, whereas it would usually be blue. Oh, hey, we get a life max up, which I would gladly take, and mark it from the map here. Just let me see where I am. I was in the sky corridor, and now I'm in the clock tower. And I just got that thing. That's their... life max up thing, so... Or did I? Hang on a minute. That's weird. So the map that I have might have a little bit of a conflict with... Hang on, let me see what's down here. If I go back into this room and I just go down this passageway now, where do I end up? Oh, okay. Hey, it's one of these rooms from Symphony where it's like one of the couple of room sets pretty much just immediately before the castle center clock face room I got. And the spectral sword which curses you. Well, it's actually pretty easy compared to some of this other ruler sword, spectral sword enemies in some of these games. Okay, so I'm not entirely sure which version of the anything I'm in right now. Guess I'm just gonna kind of wander around for a while until I find a save room, because I'm really kind of lost right now. And I sure wouldn't want to die. Well, we can spin this gear all day long. I forget if that has any kind of, you know, actual utility in this. Something tells me it doesn't. Because, you know, in the clock tower in Symphony, you can spin the little gears on the walls to open up a secret room. I don't think that one does anything. It's just kind of there for, you know, them physics. Gotta have those in this sprawling 2D game with the destructible environments and all that. Well, I mean, this game, from what I remember, does have some more of that, some more fidgety stuff like that than you would usually find in a Castlevania. Well, hey, it's Guardian Armor. He has a shield, but, well, because he has a shield, it can't hurt him at all, so... Clearly he's invincible, right? You know, speaking of fidgety stuff. We have this right here. Fidgety stuff and cartoony violence. And we got his armor set. It really is like Dark Souls. Armor, helm, boots, and glove. How much you wanna bet that some of this stuff is better than what I'm wearing right now? See, the body of Guardian Armor is better than the scale armor I just found. Guardian Helm is definitely better. What about Emerald Cloak? Guardian Glove is better than the Emerald Cloak, and the Guardian Boots are better than the other thing that I had there. So, there you go. Got a big defense boost from that. I keep getting surprised by sub-weapons that I don't want. Well, I guess the spellbooks are this game's version of the card combos, the broken card combos from Circle of the Moon. If you can figure out the right combination of spellbook and sub-weapon to suit your needs, you can pretty much plow through parts of the game that would otherwise be pretty difficult. Alright, I found yet another place. That's our save room. I'm quite glad about that. What have we got in this room, though? It looks pretty empty. Oh, there's a wall and another passageway over there that I can't reach, but the map will still fill that in anyway, because that's great. Oh boy. I don't even feel like fighting these harpies yet until I find a save room at least. Oh, that was over here, was that an antique table? Okay, I guess I'll fight you since I can get past you otherwise. There we are. You know, probably shouldn't be that reluctant since I just got a big defense boost and all that. But still, I am. Let's just get out of here, because we pretty much explored this whole place to as far as we could. Can we keep going down here? No, we can't keep going up though. We came from the lower part of this. Ah. Oh, shit. Shit. Okay. Shit. See, this is why I don't want to fight harpies, because, like, why do you even stand without getting hit if you get cornered like that? Okay, is this a save room? Okay, finally. Could have just gone here and... it would have been fine, but no. So now that I have the save room, let me see exactly what the deal is with this map, because... You know, I did want to mark off the... Okay, I think there's a problem. The map that I'm using as reference for, like, like, keeping track of what stuff I've already collected. Apparently it's for a different version of the game, I'm guessing. Because it says that the boss of this area, which is, you know, coming up there, is in a room that I've already passed. You know, like, maybe, I'm guessing it's like the European version or something, but like the names of all the areas are different. Well, let's just go fight the boss. It's a big old slime, as you can see. It's Maximilian Slimer. Maxim Slimer, maybe. That's what happened to the guy that's been following us this whole time. And if you look at the background, it looks like he might have broken out from one of those big glass tubes back there. Which kind of raises, you know, it raises the question, if I were to break another one of those tubes, what would happen? What would we have in our hands, also? Probably shouldn't be getting cornered like this. It's probably not such a good idea. Like, if one of the red tubes had broken, what would have happened? We'll insert joke about a certain website here after I said that. You know, what are the lore implications? Well, as you can see, the Max Slimer does get smaller as you hurt it more. And because we got the big defense thing from the big guardian armor thing, pretty much barely gets hurt by any of its little contact attacks. And there we are. But then it gets big again, so it's dying. And then it dissolves. I don't know how slimes work. Dracula is a better alchemist than I. I'm going to imagine. Alright, so I can go straight to the peak of the castle now, I'm pretty sure. Or at least the peak of this corner of the castle, but kind of want to go back and check out some of the areas of the tower that I didn't explore before I go there. Just to kind of see if I missed anything. Well, here's this room with the evil sword again. Who summons copies of itself to attack you, I guess. You know, for some reason, though, this sword doesn't keep summoning. Actually, I don't think any versions of this enemy appeared who did keep summoning, like, more and more weapons when you cleared out the previous waves of them until, like, the DS Castlevanias came out. And remember, there might have been like an enemy like this in Eye of Sorrow that would have done that, but strangely enough I haven't played that game and like it's come entirely and you know recently enough that I would remember something like that. I guess would be That's, the version of that enemy that does, keep regenerating it, the summoned subordinate weapons was introduced with the DS ones, though. So I do seem to remember that didn't happen in Symphony. Oh boy, I tend to, actually make use of my weapon again. We found the castle map. So we can see what the top right corner of there is gonna look like already, but... first let's do the pendulum jumps, like we have to in every Castlevania game, I guess. Oh shit. Hey, that barely hurt. Typically spikes are supposed to hurt a lot more than pretty much every other environmental hazard. Or at least normal enemy attack, but... well, I mean, apparently most enemies here with the armor we currently have only do like 1 damage, so... I guess it's kind of appropriate in its own way. Alright, so I do seem to remember though that there might be like a dead end here where we can't really do anything more. Well, as you can see, we got more of these enemies that are possessed swords. Ready to... I think the ones that looked like this in Symphony were called Vandal swords. They were like... like sword lord enemies that... enemies that were called sword lords in Symphony, but that are called victory armors in this game. Kill them, but the sword lives on without them because the sword's a douche. And I just now realized that because of that, there's actually 3 variations of the possessed sword enemy in Symphony. There's the Vandal sword, there's the hunting girl, and there's the Asagal, which is the giant guy that you only see during the endgame parts. So let's see if we can get not Spike this time. There we are. Alright, and fill out the bottom part of this room. Just to ensure that there's nothing there. And, well, there is something there. It's a bagonet, I don't know. Looks like it might be a helmet. And it is, but it's not as good as the Guardian helm, so... ah. Okay, no, apparently the Harpies still do pretty good damage, even with the armor boost I got. So I'm probably gonna, make a mad dash back to the save room now. So I don't want that to happen. Well, I don't want that to happen enough times that I will actually die. That's what I mean. And I said, kind of grunted out there reflexively because I was so sure that was going to hit me. For some reason I did not anticipate this hitting me. Okay. Please come down here so that I can hit you without jumping. Thank you for your cooperation. I appreciate it. One last time. I see one last time as if that couldn't happen again before I get to the save room. Of course. See, that was the one last time. And then I get hit again as I enter it and I get knocked into it. That would be great. But let's see. Well, only one place left to go now, pretty much. Well, one place that makes sense. And that is past this room. And over to where more of these friends are. And hey, it's one of these things, the not Karasuman enemy. Oh, I can do that multiple times, I didn't realize. Well, multiple times while it's remaining in the air, I mean, I should. So, not at all like the actual Karasuman who can just get knocked back and knocked to the ground at the slightest weapon strike. Well, we got the green stone. We can manage FTP databases very efficiently now. Also, we can add wind attacks to the attack made with the whip. Which I don't know if I want to bother with right now, because I don't know. I guess I could consult the bestiary and see if the flying enemies here are vulnerable to that, or if it's, well, are strong to that, or if it's Final Fantasy style. And the flying enemies actually are weak to arrow-type attacks. In fact, I'm gonna do it right now, because I'm curious now. Whoops, wrong thing. Let's see. We're looking for the harpy. It's... yeah, it's strong against wind, so it wouldn't make a lot of sense to switch to that here. Oh boy, it's... Arg, death has returned. We had to... You know, I often say something like that when someone I don't like goes into the room. Or I go into a room with someone I don't like. You know of a man by the name of Maxim, do you not? Yes, I do. I'm gonna tell you everything. Let's have a chat. Let's have a nice chat where we reveal all that we know to each other. That man has discovered objects that hold my lord's powers. You mean Dracula's remains? You know, the ones that we were talking about before. Now it all makes perfect sense. What on earth are you talking about? You have provided me with an answer, so I shall reward you with an explanation. This castle is a creation of Maxim's will. Oh my goodness, what a twist. But he's not capable of such a feat, you know. He can barely build a sandcastle, but... possession of my lord's remains changes everything. The castle's two spirits now embody my lord's powers. The castle's two spirits, you say? Because two spirits exist now within his body, his original spirit and the wicked spirit born from my lord's remains. What a ridiculous notion, you know, it's not like we met the evil version of him earlier or anything. And so two castles are born to embody the two spirits. Of the two spirits, the wicked one wanted the castles most. What a surprise. There's also two castles, and this is a surprise. Don't you realize that this castle has two layers? Don't you know Dracula's castle is like an onion? Don't want to have anything more to do with you, so... You're running away from me. This castle is a transient one, must go and aid its completion, so... So there he goes, let's kneel before the gates. Because it looks... You know, this is another kind of reused asset from Symphony, pretty much. It's the gate that the first doppelganger boss that you fight in the outer wall comes out of, but... In this game it serves a different purpose. You know, it's actually useful to you. It transports you to the same place, but the aura about it changes. So this is what Death means when he said there were two castles, because... Going to the map now, we can see that the castles are divided between castles A and B. Castle A is this castle, and Castle B is the other castle, I guess. So now we were exploring the Castle A version of the clock tower, and now we get to explore the Castle B section of it. So it's kind of like the inverted castle, except even lazier. Which I guess is better suited to, you know, the technical capabilities of the Game Boy Advance, but still. I don't know. Feels like they wanted to do something like with Symphony, where, you know, the inverted castle is kind of a big thing that people remember about that game, but I don't know if they had to do it like this. Like, I feel like they should have, I feel like they could have done something a little bit more interesting instead of just having this as it is here. But while traveling between the two castles kind of explains the, you know, different colorations between different parts of the background, where sometimes it's colorful and sometimes it's more kind of monochrome. That's what it signifies, that you're in one castle or the other, pretty much. So now that we know all about how that works, let's see what we find in Castle B. Also get more furniture, because we need to become a great interior decorator. Actually, something I should probably check. Since this thing is dead, which doesn't matter to me. Alright, fine, I'll just leave you then. How does that make you feel? If we check the combined castles, alright. Castle A is explored 40.5% and Castle B is explored 39.3%, so... Well, if we were to consider both of them combined, I guess... Well, I guess the combined version will go up to like 200%, probably a little more if this is anything like Symphony. So we're not quite at the halfway point of exploration yet. So I kinda wanna see if I can get to at least like 100% castle exploration. Oh, here we go. Actually do something. This thing actually does something now. Before I stop for the day, I can get to at least the halfway point of double castle exploration. Let's see what's over here. What was over here in the other castle? It's just a dead end, alright. Well, this is where we... I thought this was where we got the armor guardians stuff. But now there's a white dragon level 2. Okay, so maybe this one can actually aim its fireballs if it shoots any, which I didn't really see it shoot, so I don't know. Maybe just like... Maybe it moves a little more insidiously as opposed to the kind of set pattern looking movements that the level 1 white dragon does. I think that's how that worked anyway. So let's see what else. We'll go down here, I guess. I see a place that's not like pre-mapped or anything. And we haven't definitely not explored yet for that reason. Oh, well, there's a switch in the corner here. I sure do wonder what we're gonna end up doing here. Well, we can get the bronze garter, and he actually dies real easy, but there's also a gate there, or a wall, I guess, more than a gate. So if we just make peace with the bronze garter and get him to step over here instead. Please, sir. Kindly come over here and I will assist you with whatever you may need. Be careful not to trip on anything, though. Oh, you klutz. Oh well, so that's how you get over there. So we technically reach a new place by doing this. Something I can't quite remember if this is how it's gonna work. Like, I don't know if... I guess I'll find out, but I don't know if, you know, opening that wall in this castle causes it to be open in the other castle. Also, here's a place where the merchant... It seems like the merchant should be, but he's not. He's kind of a weird symbol left in the corner. But otherwise, pretty much nothing there. Just like there's apparently nothing in this long dropping room. Oh, hey, I think I remember this place. Definitely want to save before going in there if it's where I think it is. I was actually kind of wondering if this place was a real place. Or if I was misremembering stuff, so we can set the giant pinball in motion, but then I think we need to race it to the end of the room pretty much, but I don't think I'm gonna do that quite yet, because we need to, you know, actually... should probably actually get my bearings first. Let's see exactly what will get in the way as you're trying to get to the end of this. And how to get to the end of this reasonably swiftly. Also fill out the map, you know, that also helps. And besides, I'm pretty sure there's this other room you can find, the lucky ring and the raccoon figure. Raccoon, even though that's supposed to be a tanuki originally, if I were to guess. Let's take a look at some of the other stuff we've collected. The toll clock bought the morning your granddad was born, still keeps perfect time. Crafted out of a 1,000-year-old tree, cedar tree, this antique table. Superb piece of art by an obviously skilled raccoon figurine craftsman. And I guess, well, the gold trinket and the silver trinket. The inscription reads, "Candlelight makes your girlfriend like you more." The inscription reads, "Candlelight makes any cooking look edible." I don't know about that, but... well, I guess exclusively candlelight. "Please buy my candles," is what the inscription says. Also, I kind of wonder what's up with the background here and all those twisting staircases that go into that multitude of doors. Like, I think that's supposed to be like... oh, you can get hit by the giant pinball even if it's stationary. It's supposed to be like, whatchamacallit. Oh, we need to go out here, I think, and reset that. Like the underground caverns part of Symphony, where you see kind of a similar thing in the background, but you know, it doesn't achieve quite the same effect. So let's actually try to win the race this time. Please. Whatever. No, don't you start also. I'm pretty sure we got a pretty big lead, but still shouldn't. Assuming that thing's gonna magically speed up here at the final part. Alright, here we go. Well, we did it. Got healing mail and the heart choker. That's our reward for getting that. I'm pretty sure the healing mail heals you, you know, as the name indicates. When standing still, it restores the HP slowly. Alright, and the heart choker would be probably something to do with hearts. Increases the appearance rate of big hearts. That's nice. They are very, very, very opulent. Alright, let's actually go to the other, you know, part of the clock tower, which is probably where we're supposed to go. Alright. Let's just get to the bottom of this room for now. If I recall, there's pretty much only one little boss. Or boss. No, I don't know why I did that. Let's try that again. If I recall, there's only one enemy type here, and that's a peeping eyes. Which reminds me that there's a boss enemy nearby. That might be related to that. That's what I was trying to say, but my brain tends to get words mixed up a lot of the time when they, like, get formed inside it while I'm still trying to, you know, well, I'm in the process of, in the ongoing process of saying them. I say that because at least we don't have to deal with harpies here, we'll just trying to get through. And speaking of the boss and the peeping eyes, let's see if we can get back to the room where the big slime boss would have been in the other castle. And here we know there's a boss here too. It's the king of the peeping eyes. Hey, that was easy. Alright, let's... Oh, hey, someone's come to challenge my claim. Alright, it's Peeping Big. That's a very cool name you got there. And well, it tries to whip you with its tail, but it doesn't really work. Well, it works sometimes, but... It kind of reminds me of the Gargoyle Bat boss from Bloodlines, where it tries to whip you with its tail, but it just misses 99% of the time. Looks like it's pretty much the same way. So who knew, you know, judging by the background here, that apparently the peeping eyes have this whole cult of peeping eyes that they have their own symbol and everything. Well, I don't know if that's supposed to be like this big stone sigil in the back is supposed to be like a peeping eyes tail, or if it's like yeah, that thing that Scorpion shoots in Mortal Kombat when he does the get over here thing. Also, this is such a tough boss, don't you agree? I don't know how I ever would have beat him if I didn't have my own, you know, insurmountable determination. Oh, well, you know, he was all of them all along. Van Damme Spear, is that what that's called? I might as well go save, because, you know, that was nerve-wracking. Don't know how I survived that. Alright, let's see what the rest of the clock tower is like. Oh, well, we get a life max up just by walking there, and Arabaki, which is a weird enemy. It's like this, this metal yellow orb thing that just kind of flies towards you. I have a very, very vague memory of seeing another enemy like that in another Castlevania, but I forget which. Also, I'm kind of wondering, should I even keep track anymore of like where the hard upgrades are and whatnot? Well, I guess I'm gonna do it, because, you know, I've been doing it so far, but... And hard upgrades and life upgrades and all that. Well, it looks like it's, you know, the map I have is accurate for the most part, at least. It's got this big glaring flaws in a couple of places, but... it's mostly acceptable, it seems. Where am I going here? Can you get this elixir? And, okay, another one of these dudes, Spectre. This weird thing where the specters have the weird delay where you have to wait like 3 seconds between each hit to actually be able to hit them. I think there was a delay kind of like that in, you know, with the other Possess or the enemies in Symphony and the other games, but it wasn't 3 full seconds, I don't think. It's more like 1 second at the most. Well, it's more like 5 seconds actually. I don't know, like, let's count. 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, it's like 4 seconds, I guess. Which, you know, isn't a lot at all, but it feels kind of flagrant when you're trying to attack continuously. Which normally you would be able to do a lot more efficiently. Hey, it's the Kaiser levels. Except... I'm kinda curious now. What do they do? Because, you know, in principle, okay. On principle, you're only supposed to be able to attack with the whip. That's your only weapon in this game. And yeah, they take away quite a bit of defense, which I think I would rather have over the extra attack that these give, so I think I'll just keep them on standby. Let's see, well, might as well check what's down below. See if we can do anything about breaking some of those walls before we head out of here. Actually, I should probably try the axe with the wind book, because I don't even know what it does. Hang on, let me try the axe with the fire book. Maybe that will be something worthwhile. See, that doesn't really convince me, just based on the fact that, that stays in such close proximity to your body. No, not to say that the cross-windbook combo travels terribly far, but it travels farther than that, certainly, and, you know, there's the fact that you can actually move while using it as much as you want. Oh boy, time for some more spikes, sir. They do the same amount of damage, but apparently some of them are bent in this version of the castle. Presumably because they've seen some use. Okay, and also there's no platforms in between the pendulums this time. At least not in between most of them. There's a high potion, and I'm guessing I want to come. Oh shit. It's just level 2 disc armor, alright. It's still alive, isn't it? There we are. And you know the Fleeman armors, which I haven't been commenting on because I can't even think they're quite as obnoxious as they were in Symphony even, which is not something you would hear me say often, since I prefer the versatility of Symphony for the most part, but it's a little bit less bad when you get to attack them with a whip. There's that. Oh boy. Well, there's still a wall down here, meaning, you know, we can't actually get down there. So whatever that thing was up there, I'm pretty sure I know that, we saw an upgrade for the whip. That was in a room up here. I'm pretty sure I already know what that is based on looking at it, but it doesn't look like we can get it yet, so guess I better get out of here. It looks like I have to make that accessible from further below, i.e. where we can't go right now. So yeah, time to go this way now. To the evil version of the Sky Corridor.
Castlevania birds, they're my darkest nightmare.
Oh hey. Well, speaking of Castlevania birds, here we got Legion. You might remember this boss from Symphony of the Night, where it was called Grand Falloon. And also the normal Legion enemies in... I actually didn't even notice the normal Legion enemies from Circle of the Moon, but I didn't even notice the boss droid. I've already gone through it. Also, you might be wondering about why it says Legion Saint in parentheses there. There's a reason for that. Oh god. Oh, Jesus. Speaking of oh god, okay, so the little meaty legions, they curse you. That's good to know. I should probably heal, you know. I shall wait for the curse to wear off. Don't know if I should even, like, should bother breaking off the pieces of the shell before I attack the core, because, I don't know, it might actually be making things more difficult for myself. Because once the core is exposed and the 3 tentacles come poking out, and now you are vulnerable to the lasers they shoot. Oh god. Damn it. Alright, and they do pretty decent damage for this point in the game, so... just keep trying to you know, get it to not be alive without not being alive ourselves. Without getting to that stage ourselves. Let's see if we can coerce it into doing something that we wouldn't do. Apparently a little bit tougher than I remember. Probably should have used the cross combo thing. Oh shit, okay. I'm gonna use it right now, might as well. Oh, I was already dead pretty much. Oh well. And got the excellent rating for that. There's some other Arabaki. I guess they're gonna be the kind of regular, normal, common enemy type here instead of the balloon pods, which is what were like the very frequent enemy type here in the other version of the Sky Corridor. And leveled up again. So what level am I anyway? Level 23. Oh shit, okay. Almost got hit by that. And I did get hit by that. That was the only reason I didn't get hit by the other one, was pure reflex. Oh shit. Okay, so the blue level 2 axe armor has some of the attacks from the old axe armor from Symphony and others. I guess this would be among the others. Oh, damn it. Well, let's go ahead and clear out this room, I guess. Should be able to. I noticed too that I'm being attacked from down below there. Yeah, we did it. Right. And there's a bed up there. That sounds pretty good right about now, given that... you know, I did mention that I didn't sleep all that much today. But I still didn't, oh shit, end up having enough time to, you know, do one of these streams, so I figured, why not? Alright. So what's up here? We'll get a heart max up. Which I don't know if I should even, like, be worrying that much about, since pretty much all the sub-weapon stuff I use now is with the spell book combination, which doesn't even use hearts, it just uses magic. Magic, which, you know, unfortunately I think this is also a Castlevania, which, like, you know, much like Symphony, it has life max ups and heart max ups, but I don't know, does it have MP max ups? I don't think it does. No, it doesn't, which is kind of a shame, because, you know, I would definitely like those for more MP for, you know, actually being able to use these attacks more. So, time to keep exploring this secondary castle a little more. Well, let me see. I'm fairly certain that if I try to, like, get back to the place where I got to, where I accessed this area from, in the other castle, then I won't actually be able to get it further, because things are a little different here, actually. Let's check that out first, and then I'll see if I can go up to the evil version of the Castle B version. I don't know which is the good castle and the evil castle. I mean, they're both filled with murderers, demons, and whatnot. I don't know if you can, like, make that distinction even. I don't know which one's Maxim's castle and which one is Dracula's castle. Old radio. Okay, so we got more furniture down here. And there's another piece of armor here. The Blizzard robe. High resistant to ice. So not really that useful in this context. Alright, here we are. Hey, the painting on the background is even edgier now, I think. I could even see what was going on in it before, but I have the feeling that whatever it was, it's come to its culmination. Fuck it, let's use this. I think it's justified for this. Oh god. There we go. It's a level 3 Elder Sword. And okay, yeah, this is where the teleporting thing used to be in the other castle, but now it's just a hard mix-up. So let me mark that off like usual. I guess I'm just gonna keep track of this. Got the furniture down here also. Oh no, well, you know, I made my getaway. I just remember what enemy I was thinking of that kind of moves like the Arabaki does. I was thinking about the Shmoo from Symphony of the Night, the one that you grind the Crusaegrim off of. You know, that enemy doesn't really look anything like the Arabaki, but it moves in pretty much the same way, so there's that. Also, I get the feeling that, yes, breaking a wall in one of the castles is going to open it up in the other one. Alright, leveled up again, but I'm gonna go ahead and, rest at the save room, because better be prudent while I'm in this state. This state of being in a new-ish area with enemies that might actually be tough. Okay, and now we can actually go up here. And check out this guy, I forgot about him. Spriggan. I have no idea what his deal is, but apparently he does a lot of damage. Got that. I question whether I should keep going. And I don't know what his design is supposed to be either. He's like a guy with no arms, but he's got like a water jet coming out of his shoulders, and he's somehow able to slide at you. And he's like made of metal or something. Oh hey, check it out, spooks. I got the lightning leaving the imprint of the shadows of the windows in the background, but eventually they come with spooks. Not that they do anything, but they're just there, I guess. Alright then. Okay, so if you can manage to, if he does manage to get a good length of ground to do that thing in, he actually goes kind of far. Okay, here we are again. Wasn't sure it was gonna be like a sword or... well, like a sword that summons all the other stuff, the ruler's sword, or if it was gonna be one of those guys. And I figured it was gonna be one of those guys, but still couldn't get close enough to... Oh, for fuck's sake, here comes another one. Another one, but kinda looks like I can get him into hits now at least. If I'm not misinterpreting this, I can get him into hits. I can also get the hero statue up here. Right, that was pretty lucky, me managing to not get hit by that. Oh, fuck. It was pretty unlucky, me managing to just get hit by that. Get a hard max up. I could do with a life max up, let me tell you. Let's see. Is there gonna be another one of those up here? Because if so, I want it. I don't see one. Oh, shit. I saw that coming, but can't really avert it by virtue of my knowledge. Didn't really see that one coming though. What's he doing? Okay, just... there we go. So what is up here that isn't a life max up? It's Big Mana Prism, which is apparently a jar of pills, based on what I see there. And what is up here that we probably can't get? It's a hint card and, well, you know, there is a fucking life max up there that we actually can't get. So what does the hint card say? The red book and the daggers are a secret. I don't know what that secret is, but I don't think it's quite as good as the green book and the cross is secret, let me tell you. Alright, so we got the hard max up that was up here, that's pretty much the only thing we got, and the statue, that's all we got from the chapel area. And hey, we got to 100% 0.5 castle completion, so... let me head down to what I think is supposed to be the next area, and if I can get through that then... probably stop there for the day, I don't know. Let me just drink a potion so I probably don't die. On the way back, you know, that Spriggan on at the bottom, it's still not a sure bet, but... So I just now realized that it was like, it's like 10:30 PM where I am. I didn't realize it was that late. Probably has to do with, you know, how late I got up. My perception of time is just completely distorted when I lose track of my sleep cycle. You know, like I said, I should be sleepy right now for a couple of reasons. But I'm not, because my brain doesn't know how to properly manage sleep. Alright, so how close are we to the bottom? Just a little more. I mean, we're already at the bottom, but we also need to make it to the save room, which... Okay, I'm not gonna fight the Spriggan here, just gonna try to... Oh wait, he doesn't come back, I guess. Alright then. That works. I got an ancient armor from that guy. Is that better than the Guardian armor? It's better defense-wise, and since that's pretty much the only thing that it effects, and yes, I will definitely wear that. Well, at least you know this, you might have already noticed the fact that this game does have a bestiary to help you keep track of the, you know, all the stuff you collect. And all the stuff that the enemies drop. I'm pretty sure of that. If we go to the Axe Armor level 2 page, which is right here. It's apparently got another drop item, but apparently the Ancient Armor was its rare drop. Kind of a shame that it doesn't tell you anything else about the enemies, because that's typically my favorite part of the bestiaries in these games. You had like a little blurb pretty much telling you what the enemy is supposed to be. But I think this is pretty much the only Castlevania game that has a bestiary like that doesn't have, you know, that feature. There's also Circle of the Moon, but in that game like that didn't have a bestiary at all. You just have to, you know, keep track of that yourself if you're going to try to figure out what enemies give you what. And oh wait, big turkey, which, you know, doesn't look quite as appetizing as some of the turkeys in some of the other games. It looks kind of weird. But here we are. Let's head down this passageway that I avoided coming down the last time I was here, because I don't think you can do anything in Castle A if you go down this pathway at this point in the game. Well, let's get attacked by these skeleton mirrors, which I guess are pretty much the first examples of, yeah, I haven't come down here in Castle B. First examples of a mirror enemy coming out to attack you since the doppelganger boss in Chronicles. As you can see, they come out even of the broken mirrors, which is kind of a pain. Well, it's kind of a pain, like, if you see a mirror, you just kind of have to assume that something's gonna come out and attack you. Every single time. There's not like a fake-out sequence like some of these games actually have. It's like, hey, the first few mirrors are like actual, you know, normal mirrors. You just see yourself and nothing happens, but then when you go past one of the other ones and you see this thing that's not supposed to be there and it jumps out to attack you. They do that in a few of these games, but just didn't even bother to with this one. So let's go down to the next area here, the Aqueduct of Dragons, which I just went back out of immediately because I went too far to the right. And, you know, notice the puddles of goo on the ground. They are in fact bone liquids. You can kind of guess what they are just from that name. And unlike the blood skeletons, they actually do die when you hit them enough, which I guess at this point is just once. Anti-venom. Probably gonna equip my Thunderstone in this area. You know, these enemies, if I had to guess, are probably gonna be weak against it. It's a melty zombie, alright. Forgot about that guy. He's looking pretty goofy and kinda happy even. And he pretty much gets stun locked if you start hitting him with any constancy, so it's not really that much of a challenge either. Guessing that if he touches you, he either poisons you or curses you, though. If I had to guess, you know. So let's see here. Oh boy. There we are. It's also a very super spooky secret passageway we can find somewhere down here that's, I think, necessary for getting an item that we need to acquire to complete the game. Or, well, to get a good enemy, actually. You might, you know, based on some of the conversations that we've been having with some of the characters, you might have guessed that. And yes, we will have to collect a certain set of items in this game to, you know, suit our best interests. That set of items being the you know, the body parts of Dracula. But well, it's got kind of a different thing going on than what we did in Symphony, where, you know, in Symphony you need to, once you get the inverted castle, to the inverted castle, you pretty much have to collect Dracula's remains to even access the final boss fight, but then the other ending that you can get is based on map completion. But in this one it works a little differently. In this one you can theoretically access the final boss without acquiring all of Dracula's remains, I think? Or no, hang on a minute. Okay, no. I think that is different. From what I just said, that is... I think it is actually a bit like how it is in the Ocean, you know, Symphony, where I think you do need to collect the remains also. Check out this sweet parkour over the secret wall. Well, I think I just remembered wrong. I think the other ending is based on something else, from what I recall. Now you do need the remains to access the Okay, here we go. Just marking that life max up on the map. The final boss. Access the final boss. You do need the remains to do that, but then you need to do something different to get the super good ending. That's totally worth it. Can't actually get past those walls. You might notice that we've seen a few of those, like yellow cracked walls that kind of obvious that they're gonna have to come down at some point, but we can't really make that happen yet. Gotta be patient here. You know what the bone liquids in this game remind me of very, very vaguely? I was playing a bit of Wind Waker not too long ago, and it kind of remind me of the green choo-choos in that game, where they're like, you know, these... They can collapse into these little piles of liquid on the ground, but then when they decide to attack, they, you know, they rise up, and that's when they're vulnerable. It's pretty much how these liquid enemies in this game work. Oh shit, okay. Wasn't expecting these guys to pop up. And apparently you're already know another life max up at the end of this hallway. Gotta mark that off as well. There. So there should be a boss that we have to fight here in brief. I think it's actually a little bit closer than we might suspect, but... What would I... Oh goodness, okay. Or I might just not be in this area at all, I don't know. This room seems like, you know, a room where a boss should be, so I have the feeling that maybe we won't actually fight that boss in this version of the castle. Oh. But I'm guessing that, you know, we came here for a reason. We came here to just go past, I guess. Hang on. Oh, this is where the, Actually, what is here? I'm actually kind of eager to find out. We went back to the clock tower, but this is a part of it that we haven't been able to access before. But this color level 2, based on the coloration. Okay, we've leveled up enough that we can actually take care of that fairly briefly, though, at least. Look at that medicine jar. I think that looks pretty much exactly like the invincibility jar in Castlevania 1. that when you pick it up you become invincible for like 5 seconds or something. And sure enough it does the same thing here, I guess. Okay, here we go, so... Get to the underside of this big kind of rotating column that doesn't really rotate, but there we go. You can hear machines moving above, even though we could hear them moving the whole time. And finally we're gonna get something that we've been wanting for quite a long time. Gracious, okay. If we can, you know, find our way back to where that is, which... Okay, we're gonna get that thing eventually, but not right now, I guess, because this thing is still in the way. I thought there would be a way to remove it from this side, but I guess not. I have to go around again by the looks of things. It's gonna be really fun. But I'm determined to keep going at least until I get that thing. It's one of those things where, you know, one of those upgrades that you see a lot of places early in the game where it's like, you know, if only I had this upgrade I could just get past here without any... Actually, what does the knife do? You remember that hint about the knife on the red book, sure, secret. I wonder what that is. Is it the... Man, I don't know. What that's about. What if we try to knife with the other books, like the, if we try it with the wind book? We can do the Fasten Blades item crash thing that Richter did in... Oh god, and I guess we're gonna have to now, because the cross is gone. Well, let's try it out right now. It doesn't really do that much damage, but I guess it adds up. I know we are invincible for the duration of that, so that helps. I think I'm still gonna favor the cross if I manage to find another one, though. Oh, jeez. Also, I think I just now realized, like, you know, as you see how this room has those fishman enemies are like mermen, but different. Wait, oh, there's another cross right there. I think what they're supposed to be based on is the merman, the version of the merman that showed up in Castlevania Bloodlines, the Genesis one, because if I recall those were a lot more angular and they had a kind of a more reddish design than the kind of yellow one that you see in a lot of the other games. So I think that might just be another little visual throwback. You know, these games have a lot of those. You might have come to notice by this point. So let's see. We want to get out of here. If we try to go down to the Luminous Cavern, we won't actually be able to get there because of a couple of reasons. So. And the only other way out of here is up to the tower, to that dead end that we saw. So the way we're gonna be able to do this is traveling back up there to the clock tower by pretty much just going back the way we came and, you know, taking the long route while dealing with everything on the way. Because that's the only thing to do. Okay. Let's see. There. I might as well kill all these skeleton mirrors on the way. We can use the extra experience, I guess. You know what person in a game with RPG elements that has leveling as a good thing Not Final Fantasy VIII. Neglects getting a few extra experience points. I ask you. At least this mirror is just completely absent, so nothing comes out of that one. And once again, I just kind of relax and go quiet for a little bit because I got a kettle hat. Kettle hat, isn't that like the thing that Lap wears in the Dark Souls 3 DLC? Yeah, it is. It looks like the thing. Oh, it's actually better than the Guardian helm, so let's put it on. But if only this was like Dark Souls, where you could actually see the armor that you wear on your body. I mean, it's like Dark Souls in a lot of ways, but I don't know. That one would certainly be something. I sure do wonder if Bloodstained is gonna have any degree of that. I mean, you can see like the weapons that you use pretty much in the ones that have multiple weapons. You can actually see the weapons. But the armor is a different story entirely. Let me see why did I go into this before? Because I'm trying to... Okay, well, I'm just trying to get to go back into the clock tower. I shouldn't have to go very far into it, and then... If I'm not mistaken, there should be another boss we can do right now. After, it's a blood boss, I think we have to fight it at some point. It's not like a... I don't even know, are there... I think there are some optional bosses in this, but... It's kind of an important blood boss, the one I'm thinking of. I think if I can get this thing, which should allow me to access that, and here we are. The Crushing Stone. And I managed to beat it, then... that's probably where I'll stop. By holding down attack, a charged attack, quote-unquote, can break some walls. Desperately trying to remember where we might have seen something like that. Because, well, I know where one of them is. Let me see. What I don't remember is if it's in this castle or in the other one. I hope it's in this one. It would make a lot more sense at any rate. And it will save me some, some traveling time. So let me save once again. Well, let's see what that, quote-unquote charge attack looks like. It looks like that. I think there's some breakable walls near some of these, well, right now. You can see, you see that oddly colored wall behind the save point. You can break that wall with the charge attack, and hey, well, we found something very, very special. It's the Heart of Vlad. First of Dracula's 6 body parts that you gather in this game. It has the power to negate petrification. Like in Symphony, they give you special effects like that, so... So you do want to collect them as soon as possible, pretty much. I think there's another one in the, a very early game part that I could, if I was willing to backtrack all the way over there right now. Oh, another kettle hat. If I was willing to... backtrack all the way over there right now, I could get it right now, but I think it's like additional luck or something. But it's not a bad thing if you're trying to get through the game, since you get all these enemy drops, which might give you better armor and whatnot, but I think I'll survive without that for now, basically. Alright, so if I'm not mistaken, if I go up here to the left and I keep going left, then I should be able to make it someplace very, very special that has, one of these breakable walls. Okay, there's a health max up here. And as you can see, that's not the only thing that's here, so let's go ahead and let me just mark that on the map real quick, and let me see. I'm in Castle B, so this is the map I want. There's the corridor in the air. There we go. That's where we got the thing. And let's step into this boss room and see exactly what happens. Hey, it's our old friend. Oh, I see you're still alive. No, you're not, Maxime. You're onto me. I don't know how I was hiding it so well. What the hell are you? I am myself. Just not the me that you knew in the past. Does that make sense to you? This man's suppressed desires, coupled with his possession of Dracula's remains, give rise to a separate spirit, and that other spirit is me. I'm not sure if he's even aware of my existence. Alright. And was it also you who kidnapped Lily? Of course it was my doing. She belongs to me, but he went and lost his memory and doesn't even know where she is. What a klutz. But he will retrieve his memory soon. When he does, she'll be all mine. Gonna angrily shake my fist at him. If I die, your best friend will perish with me. Okay, we're just gonna scream out because we don't know what to do. Your death is at hand, diabolical dog. So... Well, apparently our death is at hand, because we didn't even get to fight that guy. We get to fight this thing instead. The Shadow, which assumes a few different forms that are Castlevania themed, like, you know, this... that's kind of weird. It's supposed to be like the Black Panther enemies, but it makes, like, wolf howling noises. Oh, it also becomes a sword, which can curse you, I guess. Kinda wanted to let it live a little longer so I can show off what the third form is. I think it only has 4 pretty much, if we count the spooky face one that it has. Its kind of neutral form, that one. So it's that, it's this sword, it's the cat, but there's, yeah, that one. And that thing that kind of looks like an enemy from Link's Awakening or something. It's the it's a shadow obviously, but it's kind of like a moth form that drops poison. And sure enough, it drops poison. What else would a moth do? See if I can get to the end of the fight without, here we go, without healing. Or unpoisoning myself. And then it switches between all its different forms and just dissipates. I don't know what that was about, but... There we go, excellent. Excellent, good stuff. I think, I'm pretty sure we had to do it at some point, because you can see the, you know, the fact that that advances the plot, kind of, but... You know, right after doing that, I'm not quite sure what that left me with, other than, you know, the knowledge that that cutscene preferred to me. Oh. Oh, shit. For some reason I thought these guys were dying in 3 hits at this point, I guess it's 4. Maybe it's because I was equipping... I had equipped a different one of these, I don't know. Yeah, that was probably it, never mind. But yeah, because that puts me at over 100% completion here, with more than half of the map of the 2 combined castles completely explored, and because it's been, you know, a few hours, and it's quite late, and I probably should be a lot more tired than I feel right now. I think this is where we're gonna leave off for now. Well, we know we got one of Dracula's body parts, that's probably pretty good. Pretty good, since there's only 5 more to collect, like and like I said, there's one that I'm pretty sure I can already get, so... So, I will be back on Thursday, probably, with more of this game. And if all goes as planned, I'll probably be finishing it then. And I don't know if, you know, since Lizard's gonna be away this week... Let me check my list of stuff, because I know I'm doing Arya soon, but okay. I'm doing Lament of Innocence before that, so I'll probably be doing that on the weekend instead of the Dark Souls thing. And I'll keep doing that, you know, that the 3D games are probably going to take more than more than 2 streams like the 2D ones have been taking, so that's probably going to take a little bit longer, but probably not too long. Lament is not that long from what I remember. But yes, I will see you on Thursday, I think. Gonna take, probably not gonna be streaming tomorrow since Default's probably gonna be doing a thing. And besides, I don't really want to stream every single day. And then on the weekend with more stuff, so let me see if I can find another. Well, if I can find the link to this thing again, the song that's probably my favorite song from this game, which has the weird Dissonance soundtrack. It's almost like the harmony of Dissonance, isn't it? But this is the song there where I actually like the melody and the rhythm of it, so I will see you then, and all that stuff. Hope I see you then, I guess. So yeah, later.